Deacon Nicholas Denisenko. I am the director of the Huffington Ecumenical Institute and also assistant professor of theological studies here at Loyola Marymount University. It's my pleasure to welcome you to our 2014 Huffington Ecumenical Symposium, From the Rising of the Sun to Its Setting, Chant and Contemporary Liturgical Music, East and West. Our symposium is supported by Mr. Michael Huffington, the Archangel Michael Foundation, the Henry Luce Foundation, and the Virginia Farah Foundation, and we extend our gratitude to them for their enthusiasm and support for our work. This weekend we have a rich and a full agenda for you. Our activities include 3 panels. We will examine the chant traditions of East and West. We will explore contemporary liturgical music, and tomorrow morning we will have a pastoral assessment of music and liturgy in the Catholic and Orthodox churches. We also have 3 workshops, opportunities for worship tonight and tomorrow morning, food and fellowship, and a festive concert to round things out. So there's really something for everyone, and it's all free except for the parking today. As is our tradition, we have assembled a first-rate gathering of scholars and artists, and we offer a very special welcome to the renowned vocal ensemble Capella Romana, which will sing the responses for our worship services, offer a workshop, and a concert tomorrow evening at 6:30. It's our pleasure and honor to provide top-notch programming that is a source for learning more about our traditions and also energizing them. This year's symposium is the second of a 3-year series. Last year, we reflected on iconography and sacred art, and next year we will examine architecture. I want to begin this year's symposium with what I promise will be a very brief reflection on liturgical music, drawn from 4 wonderful years of my own post-undergraduate life, since my first job after college was as the music director at St. Mary's Orthodox Cathedral in northeast Minneapolis, Minnesota. Our choir had many characters, one of whom was an old, greasy, and creaky baritone with a thin mustache who had a strong voice from his days working at the airport. He was about 80 years old, and I was 22, so he saw it as his responsibility to impart counsel to me on how to manage the music program. He advised me to select only the best music for Sunday liturgy, since the whole purpose of the liturgy was to hear the choir sing. Now, while I teach in my courses that the purpose of liturgy is to worship God and enter into the communion of the Holy Spirit, my creaky baritone's words have become something of a refrain among people that I have met over the years in various congregations and parishes. Much of the post-liturgical discussion at coffee hour concerned singing. The choir was beautiful. The priest was way out of tune. The deacon's voice cracked on the gospel reading. Why did he go so high? Why didn't the choir sing my favorite Trisagion? That's the one we all like, you know. And many such refrains that we're all familiar with. Now, however we receive such comments, whether they're innocuous or malevolent, they reveal the impact of music on one's participation in the liturgy, even if that participation is limited to the activity of hearing. Catholic and Orthodox Christians value liturgical music and understand its inherent role in mobilizing the body of Christ to enter into the Spirit's community. This weekend, we are privileged to share one another's experiences and work through our internal church issues together, respecting differences and, I hope, discovering unity in this 2-day symposium of learning, liturgy, and rehearsal. May this symposium bring us understanding and joy. Without further ado, I'm going to transition to our first panel for the day, but before I do that, I have to announce a change in the program from the very beginning before we've even started, and that concerns the first panel. We were supposed to have 3 speakers, and unfortunately, one of the speakers who is listed on the program, Dr. Carolyn Ramsey, is unable to join us for the symposium. At this point, I would like to turn it over to my senior colleague in theological studies, Dr. Tracy T. Meyer, who is the chair for our first panel.
so much for coming today. Our first session is Tradition, Historical and Liturgical Perspectives on the Place of Chant. I'll introduce both of our speakers now. Our first speaker is Dr. Alexander Lingus, who is a senior lecturer in music at City University London, and also a fellow of the University of Oxford's European Humanities Research Center. He received his PhD in historical musicology from the University of British Columbia. He has received a number of academic awards, including Fulbright and Onassis grants for musical studies in Greece with noted cantor Liturgical Angelopoulos. His present work embraces not only historical study, but also ethnography and performance. Dr. Lingus is the founder and artistic director of the vocal ensemble Capella Romana. The title of his talk today is The Utilities and Authenticities of Liturgical Chanting in Contemporary American Orthodoxy, How We Got Here. Our second speaker is Dr. Margot Fassler, who is Keough Hesburgh Professor of Music History and Liturgy at the University of Notre Dame. She holds joint appointments in music and theology and is a fellow in Notre Dame's Medieval Institute and Nanovik's Institute for European Studies. Dr. Fassler is renowned for her work at the intersection of musicology and theology and is a specialist in sacred music of a number of periods. Her recent book is The Virgin of Chartres, Making History Through Liturgy and the Arts. She also has a new textbook forthcoming, I believe, next month, called Music in the Medieval West. The title of her talk today is Alleluia, a historic repertory and new possibilities for teaching congregational song. So without further ado, please, Dr. Alexander Lingus.
Thank you for that kind introduction, and also to Deacon Nicholas and also the sponsors of this event for putting on, I think, a kind of pioneering effort to allow Orthodox and Roman Catholic Church musicians an opportunity to learn from each other. Now, it was my initial intention to offer you a paper today continuing one strand of my scholarly work on chant by focusing narrowly on issues of utility and authenticity in Byzantine chanting as practiced today primarily in the United States, a topic which I have to varying degrees discussed elsewhere in the past few years. Taking the ecumenical nature of this conference to heart, however, I realize that there are some more basic issues regarding the chant traditions of Eastern Christian churches worshipping according to the Byzantine rite that might more profitably be addressed in this forum. These can be summed up by appending this phrase to my original title, How We Got Here. My point of departure this morning is a provocative article published last November by Scottish Roman Catholic composer James Macmillan on the blog he writes for the English newspaper The Daily Telegraph, entitled, quote, Too much Catholic church music caters to old hippies. Fortunately, there's a simple solution, end quote. In it, Dr. Macmillan announced that he has, quote, decided to stop writing congregational music for the Catholic Church, end quote, in part because he believes that, quote, there is too much music being created at the same time as the vast repository of tradition is ignored and willfully forgotten. There's obviously a little bit of hyperbole there. He then praises a number of recent American, British, and Hungarian initiatives to create what he calls simple, singable, functional music in the vernacular for the post-Vatican II services of the Roman Catholic Church by drawing on its ancient repertories of plain chant. Expanding on his initial point, Dr. Macmillan writes, My writing for choirs will continue, but I want to help in the development of music for the assembly, the ordinary Catholic man and woman in the pew, the musical non-specialist who needs to be able to sing their prayers. Rather than adding to the huge and unnecessary load of modern congregational material, musicians would be better employed in the careful curating of a traditional reservoir of beautiful chant that can be adapted for the reality of the contemporary church, end quote. Outsiders looking at the churches of the Christian East tend to see them as largely untouched by the concerns of the so-called liturgy wars that in recent years have preoccupied modern Christians whose liturgical home is in the Roman Rite. Or, I have to say, sometimes when informed of some of our Greek Orthodox controversies, say debates in churches over the admissibility of polyphonic singing, my non-Orthodox colleagues tend to be wistfully amused to hear that the arguments of the 15th and 16th centuries are still being rehearsed. And if you all know Rob Wegman's excellent book on those controversies. So, for an example, though, of this, of the sort of the general attitude towards the East that one sees in some circles in the West, I can sort of start at the top, as it were, by pointing to the famously wide-ranging airborne interview of last 28th July, in which Pope Francis began his response to a question about the 1025th anniversary of the baptism of Kievan Rus by stating, in translation, the original was in Italian, quote, "In the Orthodox churches, they have conserved that pristine liturgy, no? So beautiful, tanto bella. We, that is the Latin Christians, have lost a bit the sense of adoration. They conserve it. They praise God, they adore God, they sing. Time does not count. The center is God, and that is a richness that I would like to emphasize on this occasion as you ask me this question." End quote. In the remainder of my talk, I will invite you to look under the hood, as it were, of the Byzantine Rite, to consider through time some aspects of the traditions of chanting that express the liturgical ethos praised by His Holiness. After noting a few basic parallels and differences between Byzantine and Roman usages, I shall offer you a brief and necessarily selective overview of the diversity of received traditions of chanting practiced by Eastern Christians in churches employing the Byzantine Rite. By way of conclusion, I shall offer some thoughts about the applicability of Dr. Macmillan's prescriptions to Orthodox liturgical renewal in contemporary America. So, the Byzantine Rite, some parallels and differences with the Roman Rite. As perhaps most of the people in the room here already know, the historically Chalcedonian churches of the Christian East, both those belonging to the worldwide community of churches collectively called today the Eastern Orthodox Church, i.e. those that subscribe to the Council of Chalcedon and are not the non-Chalcedonian Miaphysite churches, and also those churches that have entered at various times into communion with the Bishop of Rome, the so-called Greek Catholics of Central and Eastern Europe, for example, that these people worship according to the so-called Byzantine Rite. This is a scholarly term for the product of long and complicated patterns of influence and borrowing between what were originally regionally based urban and monastic uses of preeminently Greek-speaking Eastern Mediterranean churches in late antiquity. The most important for the later phases of its development being the traditions of Constantinople and Jerusalem. Roughly speaking, the Byzantine Rite, as consolidated in the first printed editions issued in, of all places, Renaissance Italy, combine the celebrant's book of prayers, that is the Echologion or Euchology, the lectionary and calendar of Constantinople, with the divine office of Jerusalem, the latter of which possesses vast repertories of hymnody, over 50,000 hymns in published editions of service books, organized in part according to the Optoikos, a system of 8 musical modes. The original music for the Byzantine Rite is that known to modern scholars as medieval Byzantine chant, the earliest surviving notated manuscripts of which date back to the late 9th or early 10th century, so roughly contemporary with the earliest Gregorian manuscripts. Western and Eastern Christians should note the following parallels and differences between liturgical and musical developments in their respective traditions. So, one being that the composite mongrel, and that's Father Robert Taft's term, rites of both Old and New Rome eventually displaced nearly all other liturgical usages within their respective spheres of influence. Another being that the phenomenon of liturgical reform is not unknown in the Christian East. Thomas Pott of Chevatogne has written an entire book on the subject. But there are no close parallels to such root and branch centralized reforms of liturgical books across an entire rite, such as those promulgated in the Roman Catholic Church by the Councils of Trent and Vatican II. The closest parallel would probably be the Niconian reforms in 17th century Russia. about which Mussorgsky wrote an opera and other things, Kovanchina. So, although not without its own tendencies toward the sacralization of particular languages, linguistic diversity has remained a basic feature of worship in the Christian East throughout its history. From the use of Greek Syriac and its various dialects, including Christian Palestinian Aramaic, Armenian, Coptic, and Georgian in late antiquity, to the invention of Church Slavonic in the Middle Ages, to the use of such modern languages as Romanian, Bulgarian, Serbian, Japanese, Albanian, English, Spanish, and the native tongues of Alaska, to name just but some of them in current use. A difference is that the divine office and sacraments of the Byzantine Rite are almost invariably performed both publicly and sung throughout. Although monastic rubrics may occasionally note that Compline is to be said in the cells, there is no equivalent in the Christian East to the private use of the breviary, or now its successor, the Liturgy of the Hours. So if you're going to do the daily cycle of prayer, you do it with lots and lots of singing. There's just no way out. And the same thing is true of the Divine Liturgy of the Mass. Medieval Byzantine chant, even as systematized by late Byzantine theorists and composers, retained for much longer than its Western counterpart, Gregorian chant and its successors, a comparatively greater reliance on oral transmission than Western plain chant. More was entrusted to people learning to hear tunes from other people, even in those parts of the Eastern world where notation was relatively played a very strong regulative function at some periods. Taken together, these distinctive features, especially those that were characteristic of the Byzantine Rite during its medieval formation, help to explain the comparative diversity of musical forms and practices counted as traditional within Eastern Christianity. In the next section of my talk, I would like to explore further some of the received traditions of singing through which the Byzantine Rite is expressed musically. Time does not permit a full account of their relationships, both to medieval Byzantine chant and each other, so we shall have to content ourselves by noting the existence in the post-Byzantine period, that is after 1453, of two major centers of musical gravity with partially overlapping spheres of influence. The first being Constantinople and Mount Athos, formerly near the heart of the East Roman Empire, and after 1453, similarly located near the heart of the Ottoman Empire. And two, Russia, as the successor state to Kiev and Rus, and inheritor of its musically notated repertories of Slavonic chant. So, first, the Ottoman sphere of influence, and actually here, okay, well, there's actually some maps here. There's the late antiquity, the Eastern Roman Empire at its sort of furthest extent. There we have the Byzantine Empire in its sort of medieval apogee, including southern Italy and the Balkans and all of what's today Turkey, parts of the Middle East, parts of Ukraine. The dissolution of the so-called Byzantine Empire, and just go ahead. And the next one. Too far now. There we go. And there's the Ottoman Empire at its various stages. So at its height, it had more or less the same sort of geographic spread as the Byzantine Empire during the period of Justinian, not including southern Spain. Now, within this Ottoman sphere of influence, again, consisting of the Balkans and the Middle East, this is the area within which what I shall henceforth call the modern mainstream or received tradition of Byzantine chant developed. This tradition, which developed gradually over centuries, was codified during the later 18th and early 19th centuries, and today continues to refresh its musical. Oops, sorry. Lost something there. There we go. Technology. I push one button and something else goes wrong. And and today continues to refresh its musical repertories. This received tradition differs in some aspects of musical detail from medieval Byzantine chant. Nevertheless, as a system, it functions in essentially the same manner as medieval Byzantine chant, with regard to its deployment of the system of the 8 modes, the octoikos, the use of pneumatic notation against the background of oral tradition, which now in recent years has been enhanced by YouTube and chant websites such as the Analogion discussion group. On the other hand, the other pole that I'm mentioning here, center of gravity as it were, Russia, which includes also in its orbit other northern Slavs. Now, medieval Byzantine chant underwent a process of indigenization in northern Slavic lands during the later Middle Ages. How early this occurred and how fast it occurred is in dispute among scholars. You find a wide range of scholarly views. But by the end of the medieval period, which in Russia lasts until the early 17th century, when there were attempts made to fix the chants that were in use among the northern Slavs in more precise forms of musical notation, that we find that this had already taken place, this somehow drift, as it were, from received traditions from medieval Byzantine chant. Finding it led variously to simplifications, modifications, and also expansions of the repertories inherited from the 10th century and 11th centuries from Byzantium. This includes the consolidation of a core repertory of so-called znameny chant, that is pneumatically notated. Znak is a sign in Russian. The creation of new indigenous repertories of chant and polyphony. The acceptance of later waves of influence from Balkan post-Byzantine chant, the so-called Greek and Bulgarian chant repertories that are in use in Slavic traditions. And the adoption of by some of Western styles of notated polyphonic singing. By the beginning of the 20th century, we find in Russia that late medieval systems of monophonic chanting from neumes are maintained in integral forms basically only by old ritualists, people who broke from the Church of Russia because of the Niconian liturgical reforms. Within the State Church of Russia, chant books in so-called Kievan staff notation, a kind of modified form of normal Western staff notation, continued to circulate, but relatively elaborate melodies were neglected. Celebrations of the divine office in Russia at the beginning of the 20th century were instead dominated by radical simplifications of the octoikos, in which fully realized melodies were reduced to recitation formulas usually performed in harmony, and these harmonies reflecting to various degrees oral traditions of spontaneous harmonization or ostensibly more correct forms of tonal or modal harmony as laid out by composers, trained composers. And in those places with the musical resources and cultural inclinations, we find that chants, especially items from the ordinaries of the all-night vigil or the divine liturgy, as well as certain festal hymns and psalmodic chant, in Russia were replaced with composed notated polyphony. So through composed, by that I mean sort of pieces written from beginning to end, not just recitation formulas. At the end of the 19th century, the musical landscape within the Church of Russia began to feel the effects of a movement of restorationism, musical restorationism comparable to Sicilianism in Catholic Central Europe. A musical adjunct to the Russian religious Renaissance, this new Russian choral school revived interest in older chant repertories and non-classical styles of harmonization, the most influential results of which may be seen in the elaborate chant-based polyphony of such composers as Alexander Kostalsky and Sergei Rachmaninov, the famous so-called Vespers, the all-night vigil of Rachmaninov being kind of viewed by most people as the supreme product of that movement. Now, so that's a summary of the two basic centers of gravity. Post-Byzantine chant, the received tradition Byzantine chanting in that area, covered by the old Ottoman Empire, and also a whole sort of mix of traditions within what used to be the Russian Empire. Now, on the peripheries of the spheres of influence generated by these two centers, we find other traditions related in varying degrees both to the foundational repertories of medieval Byzantine chant and to music developed more recently in one or two of these musical centers. So, moving on to the current state of received traditions, Thanks to all this linguistic and musical diversity, there is currently no single historical repertory of music within Eastern Christianity that is comparable in its perceived universal authority to Gregorian chant, as restored, quote unquote, by the monks of Salem at the turn of the 20th century. Instead, what the Eastern churches possess today are a number of regionally based indigenized traditions of liturgical singing, many of which exhibit shifting patterns of overlap with other traditions. Before moving on to consider how Dr. McMillan's program of fostering better worship today through a creative return to traditional repertories might apply to these Eastern churches celebrating the Byzantine Rite, I thought it might be useful to spend a little time listening to some music examples. Heard enough yakking. And in particular, I would like to share with you not only music emanating from the two great centers I've just discussed, examples of which you're going to hear in any case on Capella Romana's concert tomorrow evening, but also some music representing the relatively unknown traditions of the Byzantine periphery. So, let's see here. So, thought I might just start, for example, take Psalm 140, which is a core element of Vespers in the evening prayer in the Byzantine tradition, that it's sort of sung every single evening, along with a series of other psalms as the so-called lamp-lighting psalms. So, for example, the melody from the received tradition of Byzantine chant I'll just give you a bit of it, not the whole thing, but the beginning, let's say the first verse. It exists in sort of short versions and longer versions. The sort of standard short-ish version that you hear in Greek is as follows. Kyrie to you, hear me. And actually, there are modern English adaptations of such things. For example, this one by Father Ephraim, Hieromonk Ephraim of the monastery in Arizona. You can download this from the internet, this setting. Lord, I have cried unto thee, hearken unto me, hearken unto me, O Lord. There also exists a more elaborate melody based on medieval patterns. This is one version of it. And that would be used sort of these days on more festal occasions. So let's move let's move first and to the Byzantine periphery, to the island of Corfu, which never was under the Ottomans, but was instead successively under the Venetians, the French under Napoleon, briefly under the Russians during the post-Napoleonic negotiations, and then under the British. So they drink ginger beer and play cricket there. So this is Corfu, mode one, same. Let's see.
Prosei,
southern Italy, where this is a different mode 2, but you get the sort of the idea of the style. So we've had one mainstream tradition, so that this melody, the melodies I sang for you here, will be heard in Bulgaria, Romania, Albania, Greece, what's left of the Christian communities in Turkey, in Lebanon, in Palestine, Israel, St. Catherine's on Mount Sinai, a vast geographic range. These other ones, these peripheral ones of Corfu and southern Italy, the edge of the old Byzantine world, the western frontier, have a different sound. And then I'd like to then play for you as nominee chant, but done in a harmonized version, as sung by the choir of the Moscow representation of the Trinity St. Sergius Monastery, as directed by Vladimir Gorbik. That's obviously polyphony in a kind of Western, through composed style, where somebody has taken this nominee chant and then set it with particular types of modal harmonization for in this case, for male chorus. One of the things I did last spring was I took kind of a tour around some regions where received traditions of Byzantine singing are practiced today, ones that I had not had personal experience with prior to last year, in the region between what was the Ottoman Empire and the Austrian or Austro-Hungarian empires. And so one finds all sorts of very interesting things. For example, in Romania, one essentially has multiple traditions of Byzantine chant. On the one hand, here represented on the left in a very early print, you have mainstream Byzantine chant, where people in Moldavia and Wallachia kept up with the latest developments in Constantinople, and in fact the first Greek printed books of Byzantine chant were printed in Bucharest. So they were just part of that world. But elsewhere, when you go into Transylvania or Moldavia and Wallachia, you have other traditions that went oral at some point. They stopped using notation, and when notation exists, it's usually the result of some collector, somebody trying to write it down, usually at the end of the late 19th or early 20th century. Sort of similar things, situations obtain in, say, some of the Slavic lands of Central and Northern Europe. A couple of the places I visited, one is in the Banat region, across the border from Serbia, is Arad Cathedral. And I'll just play you a little bit of the Saturday of the Souls. One year ago today in the liturgical calendar, I was at this church, and a little bit of their singing. In Ara, they used very little musical notation, and all the harmonies were never notated. They just had their own traditions of harmonized, spontaneous harmonized singing according to the various modes. Here's the next day in the Church of the Dormitions on Sunday in Sadu in Transylvania near Sibiu. Byzantine tradition of singing, they would recognize actually both the tunes that were sung here as just modifications on the melodies that Greeks and others sing. It's just slightly simplified. One more example, a little video. Sorry, it starts off on the side. I made this with my phone. This was from Vigil across the border in Sremski Karlovici in Serbia. Where I went, there's a marvelous cathedral there, and attached to it is a seminary, that is a religious high school. And the boys, they sing these entire services, almost entirely congregationally, and to hear 150 to 200 boys chanting these services is really quite remarkable. So it's just a little clip here. Let's see. Did it show a trick? No, it's the wrong button. Let's try it again. sorry about the disorienting experience there. Now, moving on to questions of modern efforts towards liturgical renewal within the churches celebrating Byzantine Rite. Up until the moment, these have, for the most part, been concentrated on fostering a kind of logiki latria, a phrase from the anaphora of the Divine Liturgy of St. John Chrysostom, meaning reasonable worship. That's one translation of it. That this might be, and also to achieve this, in part through the correction of received practices or texts that in some way are perceived as incoherent or otherwise incompatible with this ideal of reasonable worship, understood as broadly in the light of oral and written traditions. This agenda has advanced unevenly as it has been taken up with varying degrees of commitment and success by particular local churches, say the Orthodox Church in America, thanks to the influence especially of Father Alexander Schmemann here in the USA, the churches of Greece and Serbia, operating under the influence of the scholarship of the late Professor Ioannis Foundoulis of the University of Thessaloniki, or perhaps some of the most advanced, as it were, in this regard. And with relatively little attention paid to music. It is also worth noting that even in the globalized and networked world of today, members of one Eastern church can still be all but totally indifferent to and or ignorant of the musical traditions of their co-ritualists in another church, even if it is located only a few miles away. And so I had this fascinating experience of being asked all these questions about what the Romanians were doing across the border in Banat by the Serbs, who just were not really aware. Whereas in Romania, in Banat, that they said, oh, yeah, because there is a Serb minority there, they said, oh yeah, if we sing the same melodies as the Serbs, just with our language. So it's very uneven knowledge across the traditions. As I proceed with my concluding overview of the current scene, I shall begin with the old world and proceed to the new. Since the 1970s, there has been an impressive revival of the mainstream tradition, for lack of a better word, Byzantine chanting in those regions to which it is native, that has occurred in parallel, and surely this is not coincidental, with the contemporary resurgence of Orthodox monasticism. This may be seen variously in the founding of many chant choirs in schools, the creation of many new chants, and a kind of early music revival of older repertories. In the Balkans and the Middle East, the received tradition of Byzantine chant continues to enjoy the benefits of significant degrees of overlap with the musical systems of secular and non-Christian music in the region, enabling performers of secular song to integrate popular chants into their repertories if they so choose. So, for example, people like Yoros Dalaras or Glikeria, Greek popular singers, and sing chant sometimes. Sometimes it's in a historical program if they decide to do it. Sometimes they'll put out an entire album of it. I mean, they're not the very sort of hardcore, medieval repertories, but they will do the chants that everybody knows and loves for Holy Week, say, and put out an album of it. You find the same thing among the Arabs with Fairuz is the prime example there. That when I visited a Palestinian village, afterwards, after singing this Lenten service, then people had to bring out their phones and say, you know how Fairuz did this? Here, and pulled out their phones. So, at the same time, the received tradition remains a notated and minutely theorized musical tradition with a strong element of historical consciousness. So you've got this sort of popular side and also this highly theoretical side as well. Debates over the authenticity of the received tradition as a descendant of medieval Byzantine chant are, in contrast to the period from the late 19th to the mid-20th century, relatively infrequent today. If anything, the mental habit of collapsing the historical distance between the medieval and the present traditions is as prevalent as ever, albeit in more educated circles done with much greater nuance. In this context, liturgical and musicological scholarship has at times been applied to separate the wheat from the chaff, as it were, in part through the revival of some older practices, but more generally through the maximalization of music's liturgical utility through the promotion of a kind of musical best practice based on traditional models. Thus, there is little anxiety about the authenticity, authority, and liturgical utility of the tradition as received, with interest in change confined mainly to what outsiders would regard as minor tweaking. But if you follow Byzantine cantor chat lists, it's as if they are debating the most momentous thing ever with great vitriol about whether you should how sharp you should make your F and attracted to G in certain modes. So do that as it may. In Russia and Ukraine, other sort of northern Slavs, we continue to find a diverse musical scene. One with the now post-communist period marked by a resurgence of polyphonic choral music. At the same time, as we have found authentic, to use sort of Richard Taruskin's term, revivals of chant, whether that be Slavonic chant, especially Znameni chant, but also there has been some interest among the Slavs in the received traditions of Byzantine singing, for whom it seems to be a kind of oral badge of authenticity. No doubt this interest stems not only from a desire to return to the wellsprings of tradition, this being facilitated by the collapse of historical distance between medieval Byzantine chant and the received tradition, but also from the spiritual prestige of some of its practitioners and advocates, notably people like Athonite monks. Now, as far as the oral traditions on the former Byzantine and Ottoman periphery that we sampled a bit here, some of these local traditions continue to be practiced without self-consciousness and seem, for the moment at least, secure. Elsewhere, they face various forms of centralizing pressures, most recently in efforts to displace regional dialects of chanting with what is perceived as the more authentic and authoritative mainstream tradition of Byzantine chanting. So, say in Sadu in Transylvania, the people, it's as if you're stepping back in time, and the whole congregation, people are singing, they know it all by heart. It's just, it's just going to go on that way. So it seems, at least at the moment. Serbia, in Banat, in the Banat region, you have, of Romania, however, you have a bit more pressure, in part because there's a diocesan bishop who is pushing the mainstream Byzantine singing. And also there's a new television channel, the Patriarchate, which is pushing the mainstream Byzantine singing. Southern Italy, although far from the, geographically far from the other the musical mainstream of Byzantine chant, mainstream Byzantine singing is also making inroads there. In the Ionian Islands, the local traditions are probably the most imperiled, partially because they've just had more time to become acculturated after having left Britain and joined the Greek state in the 19th century. And in Serbia, the situation is complicated by the development of domesticated and systematized forms of the oral traditions of northern Serbia and turning them into a national patrimony. So they were kind of turned into an art music before. But now there are active fights between people called the Greeks, and who are people advocating received traditions of Byzantine singing, and advocates of the regional traditions. And finally, to North America. Competing narratives of authenticity are even more of a problem in the United States, where each immigrant group brought not only its traditions of liturgical singing, many of which were hard to link to the musical traditions of other Americans, but also a discourse about its authenticity and or superiority to other traditions. Further complications arise from the cultural presuppositions of converts to Orthodoxy from Western churches and the adaptation of received repertories to English as communities move into their second and third generations. I've discussed these matters at some length elsewhere, so for the moment, allow me only to note some contrasting opinions about harmonized and polyphonic music on the one hand and the received tradition of Byzantine chanting on the other. Harmony, that's been a kind of sticking point. Some have argued that this is the idiom of Orthodox music most suited to America because of its relative proximity, oral proximity that is, to Western musical traditions. Other people look upon it as a relic of westernizing decadence to be avoided. And looking at the other end of the spectrum, at the received tradition of Byzantine chanting, some musicians in this city were very active in attempts to modify the performance style of the received tradition of Byzantine chanting to make it more like Gregorian chant as interpreted by the monks of Salem, or to set it polyphonically in the style of Palestrina and others. Now, converts of today, for example, seem to be of two minds when approaching the received tradition of Byzantine chant. Either they see the difference as a mark of ancient authenticity, or to hear people singing through their nose and singing weird scales is the dread Oriental other. So, how then are Eastern Christians to move forward with their traditions, especially in the multicultural environment of early 21st century America? The agenda of Liturgical is certainly applicable to liturgical music, provided it is accompanied by real knowledge both of other Eastern Christian traditions and those of the West. Only in this way will we spare ourselves from, on the one hand, continuing fruitless arguments related closely to old world identity politics, and on the other, of facile condemnations of the traditions of others. It is therefore with gratitude that I once again thank the organizers of this conference for providing us with this opportunity to learn more about each other's traditions. Thank you.
I'm going to start and end with my clips because you can't switch back and forth. So that might not be what I ordinarily do. The project that I'm going to present to you today is something we've just started at the University of Notre Dame. And it was inspired, actually, by a film that I'm making about Coptic chant. So I wanted to start with the Copts of Jersey City, St. Mark's Church, and just talk about a few of the things which I, as a Westerner and a Roman Catholic, have learned about music and about the teaching of music from them, and actually have been inspired by them to come up with some new ideas about our own tradition and how we might teach it, because they are master teachers. And so I'm just going to start with a clip, which shows. I think I pulled it out. Let me trash it. Which shows Steve Solomon actually teaching, and the film is about David Labib and Steve Solomon, and this shows a chant high school, which they have started in New Jersey for their Seraphim choir, and they teach both young men and young women there, and you can see here how they teach, because everything that they do is with an oral tradition. So they don't teach from notation. Although, as you'll see,
We're doing fasting!
that's the end of their Sunday school.
Teaching maybe 3 or 4 years. What I like to do is when Dave taught me just constant repetition of the hymns. I constantly drill it in their heads. Each part has to be perfect. Listen. Let's do it again. From that part, and then we're gonna repeat it. This is the way you're gonna get it. If you just like hammer it in. 1, 2, 3. You guys seemed a little confused at the part where we repeat. No, let me know if there's something that's bothering you. Because you have to be able to say it perfectly by yourself. When I'm learning a hymn, depending on the nature of the hymn, if it has a lot of ornaments, I write each one down. It's a memory trick. If I have to go up in a certain hymn, I can write myself an arrow. If I have to dip, I write another arrow going down. Everybody's got their own way. And that's why you won't be able to follow anybody's notes except for your own notes. I don't like it when you pray to hold the notes. It's like, because you don't get to pray when you're singing. So try to really get the lahat down perfectly. So when you get it down perfectly, you're able to stand there and pray. It's better to pray than to sing. So try to get it down perfectly. Okay? That's the read.
Okay, I'll stop there. Did you hear him say, better to pray than to sing? All right. So now, go to the slideshow. insider. I'm going to narrate it with him. I'm going to be the outsider. So I'll ask all the stupid questions, and he'll answer them brilliantly. But I think that way we can have a film that appeals, I hope, to both sides, to both the East and the West. So it will be an ecumenical film. It will be about the glories of Coptic chant, and particularly about the way they teach and the importance of technology in teaching today, but also offer some models for us who perhaps would like to teach chant to children and to congregations. Some ideas about how we might do that and be more successful at it than we have been before. Just a few more slides about this film project. There you can see Father John Paul, he's the one to the left. So he's fabulously photogenic for a film because he has a wonderful smile, a wonderful look, and he's very articulate, and he really knows the liturgy and the music, and he's theologically astute. So he can put all of those things together, which I think is very important as we search for better ways to teach our repertories to congregations. It's very important to me that we have theological underpinnings for the music and a strong musical hermeneutic in order to do our work. And so he's very good at that. So I'm learning a tremendous amount from him. There you see me working with David Labib at St. Mark's. And that's a pretty good East and West. I'm spouting out some nonsense today, but he's not quite sure about my ideas. And in the center is Jacqueline Richard, who helped me shoot the footage for the film. So from 2006 to 2012, we shot this film. So we have tremendous amounts of footage to study of Coptic liturgy and chant. And David Labib and Steve Solomon have both left that church now because they got married and they've gone to their wives' churches and they're starting new choirs there. So it spreads and it goes on, which is such a great thing about it. One of the most important things about their musical training is the way they use the internet. And you can see here the example of the great website, tasbaha.org. It's a model for how we might teach Western chant. It lists all of the chants. It provides Coptic, English, and Arabic for all the texts. You can go to any particular liturgy and get multiple examples of the recordings that are available. So all the great Coptic cantors are here. And so you can take a particular chant and listen to it in multiple versions. It's absolutely fantastic. There's nothing else like it. It's the very, very best of the internet tools for the teaching of a particular musical tradition. So if you click, for example, Major Feast of the Lord, you get something like this. If for Nativity, if you click then on Nativity, you can see the particular cantors that you can listen to, and they're all there. And when you click on them, then up comes the text in Coptic, so you can listen to it, and also a translation of it. So, I mean, if we had something like this for Gregorian chant, we might be able to begin to teach our repertoire. In any case, it's a great model, and I hope we can do something more like this at Notre Dame for help with the teaching of the chant. So, the project I'm going to talk to you today has its inspiration from the wonderful Coptic singers that I've been working with since 2006, and you can see that it's called the Alleluia Project. And it addresses these various ideas, which I think are so important when we think about the problems that Jimmy McMillan is having with chant today. He was just at Notre Dame, by the way, before he made that statement. And so I spent several days with him, and I told him about the Alleluia Project. And I often wonder if I influenced him in a bad way to stop composing, but I don't know. Anyway, it was interesting that Alex brought that up because I had just spent a lot of time with him before he came out with that diatribe. So really interesting. This isn't going to be shown anywhere, is it? This film you're making of me? I didn't say that, but I just said. Have to be careful. I don't want to get on the bad side of Jimmy McMillan. So here are some of the concerns that we're addressing in this project that I'm going to talk to you about today, which is just beginning,
and we're going to put it online and work with it and get a lot of clips. We have wonderful students who can make wonderful recordings of all this stuff, so we can put it online for you to use. But you can see these concerns, providing a repertory that's theologically profound. I think in the Western Church and the Catholic tradition, we've really lost our musical hermeneutic. We really don't have one anymore. And I've just written a really big article on Hildegard's musical hermeneutic, which I think could be very useful in this regard. And it's very much based on understanding of Alleluia in her work. And she is the only great theologian in the Western canon who's really a world-class composer. So it gives us a chance to do some very interesting work with theology and music, I think, in Hildegard, with her repertory and also her ideas about music, which are so important. I want to try to avoid the worship wars. I try to take a neutral stance there, and I try to, duck under cover as often as I can, and duck under cover with our program as well, because we don't want to come down on one side or the other. And we have to be very careful about that, because the ability to annoy people is great and always there in our tradition right now. Finding a balance between traditional repertories and new ways of adaptation is tremendously important, I think, for Catholics. One way or another, too much one side, too much the other side, probably isn't going to work so well, it seems to me. Rising above the problems of translations and their costs so much now it seems to me, in the hands of the music publishers. And parishes don't have a lot of money. And so one of the things that we're dedicated to at Notre Dame is making free access for many, many materials that we produce in our classes, and as scholars and students alike, for parishes to use. Because we know that many parishes don't have a lot of money, and we want them to be able to have as much free, great material as we can possibly make for them. It's crucial to us to make a role for the child chorister. We've just started the Notre Dame Children's Choir with a grant from the Lilly Endowment. We thought we might have 15 kids the first year. We've turned 15 away this month. We have 55. We've had to divide it into 3 choirs. We're really moving there, and they need repertories to sing. They need ways to have leadership roles in the churches that they serve, and so this project relates to that as well. Promoting congregational participation and praise, both at the Eucharistic service and in hours of prayer. We've sort of given up on the office sometimes, it seems to me, and I think that's too bad. We hope our project will relate to both of those aspects of the promotion of congregational song, which is so important to us as Vatican II Catholics. Finding repertory that is simple, long-lasting, and very well crafted. I don't know, I guess I would day-glow that if I could. To try to find something that is all 3 of those. That's the challenge. And so we've looked to this Alleluia project to offer one way to try to do that, and a repertory that is encouraging of ecumenical prayer among Christians. We're also very dedicated to ecumenism in our program. Our choirs are ecumenical, they're not just Catholic, and we're looking for repertories, for commissions of work that will play and will work in a variety of Christian traditions. So the more that we can find ways of doing that, the happier we will be. So that said, those are the kinds of things that are on my mind as I read to you today. I think I'd like to do something about this if I can. Now therefore we urge you to praise God. That is what we are all telling each other when we sing, Alleluia. You say to your neighbor, praise the Lord, and your neighbor says the same to you. Augustine loved the Alleluia as a liturgical expression of praise within community, as witnessed by his hundreds of references to Alleluia and its meanings in his sermons and other writings. In Hebrew, hallelu is a plural imperative, meaning praise. Yah is the word for God. Several psalms feature the word as some sort of refrain, implying a practice in the ancient temple at one time, a practice for which very little evidence survives. To the Western Church Fathers, the writing of commentaries on the Psalms provided the place in early Christian literature to develop a rich theology of praise, with Augustine in the lead among the Western Fathers. Of all worship words, Alleluia offers the most profound theological sense, for it is about praise itself and expresses the relationship between those who praise, one to the other, and their individual and collective connections to God. It is a group command to join in. It can teach about what it means to stand together and sing in the presence of God as a worshiping community. Not only then does Alleluia offer the deep content for a theology of praise, but is also a word that is itself useful because it is sung, imbuing congregational and solo singing and praying with content that is important for both teaching and for prayer life. Basic to the Western patristic understanding of Alleluia is its association with Easter and the celebration of the resurrection in and through Eucharist. In such understanding, every Sunday is a little Easter, and Alleluia is the appropriate Sunday celebration song, except of course in Lent, when long-standing practice in many Western Christian traditions silences the Alleluia to be replaced by Praise to You, Lord Jesus Christ, or another invocation. In this way, the Alleluia becomes a musical symbol of festive time. Alleluia is a song of hope. Augustine says, "These holy days, which are celebrated after the resurrection of the Lord, signify the life that is to come after our resurrection. For just as the 40 days before Easter symbolize the life full of suffering in this mortal period of distress, so these joyful days point to the future life where we are destined to reign with the Lord. The life which is signified by the 40 days before Easter is our burden now. The life which is symbolized by the 50 days after Easter is not possessed now, but is an object of hope and loved while it is hoped for. By that very love, we praise God, who promised this eternal life to us, and our praises are Alleluias." In the West, the patristic period was followed hard on by centuries in which monks and monasticism took over much of the understanding of worship in the Christian churches, and sermon writers generally ceased to comment on the texts of the Psalms. Still, the understanding of praise developed in Western Christian monasticism is crucial to the history of the Alleluia and its theological and liturgical meanings and musical development. The Rule of St. Benedict features Alleluia throughout the church year, except in Lent. From the Rule of St. Benedict, from Holy Easter until Pentecost, without interruption, let Alleluia be sung, both in the Psalms and in the responsories. From Pentecost to the beginning of Lent, let it be sung every night, with the last 6 Psalms of the night office. On every Sunday, however, outside of Lent, the canticles, morning office, prime, terce, sexton, none, should be said with Alleluia, but vespers with antiphons. There is no doubt that Alleluia was used to enframe the psalmody of Benedictine monasticism, and this practice is reflected in the many Alleluiatic antiphons of Frankish chant, works that were sung throughout the Latin Middle Ages to characterize Paschal time and other feasts and seasons as well. These melodies have been studied by Dom Jean Clair, who believed that the Alleluiatic antiphons of the office hold the key to the later development of that proper chant sung in the Mass liturgy before the intoning of the Gospel. If we do a quick check of the Cantos database, if you don't know the Cantos database, have a look. Under antiphon and alleluia, we find 14 of these antiphons with cantus numbers. What this means is the number of times this alleluia word is repeated in the antiphons, and has nothing to do with the melodies themselves. It is a beginning, though, and it makes it very easy to find them online in medieval manuscripts, many of which are now depicted in the database. Indeed, it is fascinating to use the magnificent, newly revised, Cantus website to search the ways in which each of these antiphons, just by repetition of numbers of alleluias, is used throughout the office of any given source to spread the paschal sense of alleluia to other feasts, sometimes to saints' feasts. The many uses of the chant within the office liturgy go hand in hand, not only with liturgical commentators, but also with commentaries on the rule of St. Benedict and monastic customaries. The history of the Alleluia took a new turn with the development of the Frankish chant repertory, commonly called Gregorian chant. James McKinnon and others have argued that the earlier Roman use was parsimonious in regard to the Mass Alleluia. It is with the Franks that this chant, known in the medieval Latin world, received both its expanding character and also a fresh set of commentaries, based for sure on those of the fathers, but with renewed vigor, the purpose of which was to promote interest in the liturgical Alleluia of the Mass liturgy and enrich understanding of its meanings. Representative early collections of texts for the propers of the Mass, as found in the 6 manuscripts catalogued in Dom Jean Hesbert's Sextuplex, gives us something of the state of the Alleluia repertory in around 850, although from the evidence of the texts alone, we still don't have music to study, but observations made by several scholars who have studied the manuscripts offer a common understanding. The Alleluia was part of the Mass propers by that time, and it consisted of an Alleluiatic statement, followed by a verse, usually from a psalm, and then some sort of return to the initial melodic statement. There are 100 of these Alleluias in the Sextuplex manuscripts, some only mentioned. Of these 100, 23 are found in at least 5 of the 6 early sources listed by Hesbert. Many of the others appear in 1 or 2 sources, or even only in a list found at the end of the Antiphonor of Charles the Bald, so-called. The spotty representation in the Sextuplex demonstrates that the Alleluia repertory in the mid-9th century was young and expanding. It is in a different state from that of the other Mass propers. Yet there was a core repertory that was widely shared. Most important are the model melodies that have been set repeatedly, sometimes with minor variation, reflecting different texts for the verses. Each of the model melodies has been given a name after one of the chants set to it, that falling first in the gradual. It is not possible to say where each of these came from, or even which of them was the original, if indeed such a concept even applies. The names are supplied for convenience, and their importance can be seen in this brief chart. The most widely used of the model melodies are Ostende, Dies Sanctificatus, and Excita. But it makes the point that it is common, even in the mid-9th century, to take Alleluia melodies and reset them, to adapt them, to use them in multiple ways. That's part of the tradition. If you could do it in the 9th century, I would argue you can do it today. Alleluia did not stop with the Frankish chant tradition. Alleluia was perhaps the most beloved of the Mass proper chants, and its flexibility and newness meant that it continued to be composed for centuries, long after new composition of other propers had ceased. The author of the early 10th century Liber de Divinis Officii says, Alleluia was first added to the New Testament when John said, I heard a voice of those in heaven saying Alleluia. And since we know that the angels in heaven praise God with this sound, it has been believed that God is pleased with the sound of such praise. Wherefore we also sing this, so that we may advertise that we on earth worship the same God who is also worshipped by the angels in heaven. And this is placed by the cantor before the gospel reading, so that God may be praised by all, whose grace all are saved. The great numbers of Alleluias established in the year 1100 are best represented by the Alleluia-rich manuscript Paris Bibliothèque Nationale Latin 903 from the mid-11th century, a source containing more than 300 Alleluias. The hundreds of Alleluias collected by Schlaber in his catalogues of melodies are a treasure chest filled with historical and musical knowledge about the history of this chant and its meanings in the Mass liturgy. This particular manuscript is published in facsimile in the Paléographie Musicale, and there is a dissertation written on it by Amanda Burt, and it is on Gallica, the entire manuscript. Alleluia is a kind of musical matrix for hundreds of monophonic chants, but also for vast numbers of pieces that were generated by this genre of chant in the Central and later Middle Ages, more than any other in the entire repertory: tropes, prosody, sequences, and polyphonic settings. All of these have their beginnings in sung Alleluia commentaries. To know the Alleluias and their many spin-offs, musical, textual, liturgical, is indeed to know much about the entire chant tradition and its underlying theological and liturgical significances and their roles in the development of the history of Western music. It is clear that Roman Catholics should be singing Alleluias, but what should they sing? In many Catholic parishes, cantors choose between Christopher Walker's Celtic Alleluia and Festive Alleluia by James Chaponis, often using Haugen's adaptation of O Filii et Filiae for Paschal time, and a handful of other newly composed melodies. A tradition so rich in our own Roman Catholic Church is entirely impoverished today. If congregations could be taught what Alleluia has historically meant, and also learn to sing the Alleluiatic heritage from the Gregorian and other repertories, there could emerge a new program for congregational singing. The ideal teachers for this repertory within congregations are children. The Alleluia has traditionally been associated with angelic singing and is always accompanied by a metaphorical flutter of wings. For centuries, in many cathedrals especially, it was the special assignment of child choristers whose high and clear voices were seen as well suited to the repertory and its theological meanings. There is a performance practice built into the Alleluia, for it is filled with repeating melismas of great beauty. These can be extracted and sung by a child chorister or by a children's choir, with the congregation answering back, bringing to mind the many visions that the saints have experienced, including angelic singing. There is also, it is hoped, a chance to encourage congregational singing of the Psalter, perhaps in Alleluiatic hours of prayer, or even in the Mass liturgy, as the Alleluia, which should precede the Gospel except in Lent, and have its own verse. Why not more verses than one? The recovery of Christian psalmody in our Roman Catholic liturgies is surely a major goal for many of us, and we need multiple inroads for success. The Psalter is the songbook of the Christian churches, and learning the texts provides a liturgical vocabulary for praise like none other. Alleluiatic antiphons may be able to help us to do this. The Alleluia project we have started at the University of Notre Dame has as its goal the adaptation of Franco-Roman theoretical melismas, office antiphons, and Mass Alleluia melismas for the singing of contemporary Roman Catholic churches. In this project, the children we are training, and our graduate students work very closely with them, have a major role to play, for through their mastery of our tonary, they will learn the modes and be able to work with the tuning and rendering of monophonic and polyphonic repertories. The project seeks also to provide the means online for priests, deacons, cantors, church musicians, and congregants to have access to a rich repertory of simple yet beautiful melodies, useful both for teaching the medieval modes and for encouraging congregational singing of chant. Our students will sing the entire tonary and put the melodies online with music and with commentaries and teaching. There is no translation problem with the word Alleluia. The genres it can represent have profound theological meanings and rich liturgical and musical histories. They are repertories rooted in tradition and also very strong in melodic character. In addition, the Alleluia exists in many guises, and there will be levels for the project, so each minister of music can choose what is right for his or her own parish, for its particular seasons, feasts, for its congregation, and for its musicians. Alleluia melismas of all sorts are highly adaptable. We hope our project will offer resources for any congregation that wishes to have a repertory of well-crafted and exquisitely beautiful, yet utterly simple melodies, sung to a word of special significance in the Judeo-Christian tradition, a word that requires no translation, no worship wars, no thinking about suitability. It is what it is, and has been for thousands of years. The melodies are also adaptable for all sorts of singing and playing, from unaccompanied chant to the setting of a jazz combo, to all kinds of instrumental improvisation, and especially for work by organists. Two Notre Dame students, now both alums, of our graduate program have worked with me on this project, and that is Jeffrey Cooper and also Brenda Smith-Accurso. And they are both teaching in local parish schools and are beginning to implement our Alleluia project there. We will be writing the published paper for this volume together and including examples of our Alleluia tonary and providing numerous online examples for teaching and learning. One way of building the project is through this Alleluia tonary, and I have examples on a handout I made for you, and if you would like it, you can email me and I'll send it to you. If you get it, you'll be able to see the several ways we have of building musical repertory for children and congregants to learn to sing. And the first group of melodies are the Noiane Noiagis melodies, which were used in the early Middle Ages and are warm-up exercises for learning the modes. So we have simply taken these melodies, these warm-up melodies, and set the word Alleluia to them. And they're fabulous for teaching the modes. And they're so simple, they usually have anywhere from, 10 to 20 notes. And as they learn them, of course, the children can practice their vowels, their pure vowels, as well as they sing. So you'll see these melodies adapted to Alleluia in the particular modes, and they're perfect for warming up. And of course for getting the modes in the ear, and for teaching congregations to appreciate the medieval modes. It's not hard to do if you have a simple repertory to teach. The second layer of melodies we've been experimenting with, and I'll play a few at the end when I can switch back to my player, are the Alleluiatic antiphons, which were invented for the word Alleluia. These are the Alleluiatic antiphons of the office. There are hundreds of these, and in every mode, with various numbers of repetitions of the word Alleluia and various levels of difficulty. These melodies, like those of the intonation formulae, can be readily adapted for singing at Mass as well. A single verse of a psalm can be added, especially one of festive import, or even a line of the gospel can be intoned, the gospel to be read at that day, and then the repeat of the Alleluia. They are, of course, originally composed to work with the Gregorian psalm tones and can be adapted for that purpose as well. In the tonary, we provide examples of singing Alleluiatic antiphons with English texts from the Revised Grail Psalter. If there is ever to be a recovery of the tradition of singing the office among congregations of Catholics, this might be a simple way to begin. It's a goal that's very dear to my heart. The third layer of chants are the Gregorian Mass Alleluias. And they are much more complicated than the music I have mentioned above. All of them begin with the intoned word Alleluia, however, and any of these would work beautifully for congregational singing because just the intonation is a beautiful contained melisma that is very simple and easy to sing. As children learn them, they will become more and more ambitious, of course, and perhaps on very high feasts might want to attempt an entire Gregorian Alleluia. If we take the most famous Gregorian Alleluia, Pascha Nostrum for Easter, many experiments with the melisma come to mind, and creativity can be encouraged. The melody has one of the most repeated melismas that is characteristic of the repertory as a whole. Do you know that Alleluia, Pascha Nostrum? How many of you know it? Anthony, of course. Okay, just listen to the various components of it. I'll just sing it for you. Alleluia. That's great. Either one of those would work. Alleluia. And I remember once I was at Yale and I was asked to give a sermon, and in Easter octave, we do that. You do that at Yale Divinity School. Women preach frequently. And so I pretended that I was a person from the 12th century and was missing my Alleluia melody. And that was the day that there was a jazz combo in residence. So I sang that Alleluia, and I got the people to sing it with me back and forth, and we sang. And I said, let's do the repeating melismas, so we did it back and forth like that. And then the jazz combo learned it. So they played it. And it was incredible, you know. And I mean, that was very helpful to me as I was later dreaming up this project, to see all of the different ways that you can take these beautiful melismas and use and reuse them. It is worth remembering that the entire Gregorian practice was sustained by the use of floating melismas that were beloved and readapted for a variety of settings. Ita Missa Est, for example, Benedicamus melodies, all the way to motets and other polyphonic works. There would be no reason not to use a well-known Alleluia melody for a setting of the final song or concluding statement. Organists and other instrumentalists could incorporate these as well into the musical fabric of a service through various arts of improvisation. The state of the modern books offers a challenge for the project. The notation that Richard Crocker and all of his recordings are going to be online at Notre Dame by the end of the summer has used to make recordings of these propers represent the pitches as found in the Solem editions. And these do not follow a single medieval manuscript. They are not authentically medieval, but rather were put together by the monks of Solem, and they are editions, although their exact sources are not known. In the triplex, the numation from 3 of the earliest and best manuscripts are provided with these melodies, so one can see where there are discrepancies. And also, these manuscripts provide the nuanced notation necessary for attempts at recreating the flexible rhythms, ornaments, and other musical features that are part of the tradition. Richard Crocker has spent his entire life thinking about how to sing each chant, and is both a scholar and a performer. Perhaps our greatest living cantor in our own Western tradition. And he will be one of our guides as we put his work online. But clearly, we will need to make many transcriptions ourselves. And that is a final point to make. The Alleluia Project calls to students, young and old, to learn to make transcriptions and to provide, on the internet, iPads, pods, and every other device, the richest and most praiseful repertories of Western chant. It is ours to record, to study, to sing, and to use as a vehicle for praise in our churches. Alleluia.
You both for wonderful presentations. We have some time for questions. So I invite you, if you have a question, to come to the front. There's a microphone at each front. Please be as concise as possible so that we can get as many questions as possible. And we ask that you ask a question and not make long comments because we have a wonderful lunch coming up to discuss together.
Drs. Fassler and Lingus, I'd like to thank you both for a wonderful presentation. It has been most informative. I have two questions. The first is, and I'll try to make it as simple as possible. You have spoken a bit as regards the use of the internet for teaching chant. I'd like to hear more about how you think that the internet could be better used by both Western and Eastern traditions to better present the liturgical music in those traditions. The second question will take a bit more time, and I'm sorry for that. I note in the instruction, the Vatican II instruction, Musicam Sacra, on sacred music, that the three desiderata that they actually wanted, the Council Fathers wanted, was a beginning with the use of chant in all services, that the treasury of polyphony and harmonization is to be preserved, and that in that context, the music or modern compositions are to be encouraged. I note in the Western, or rather in the Eastern tradition, that there has been that movement, as Dr. Lingus has capably stated, that all of the traditions are going to their local chant and working through that. That a number of traditions that use harmony, Russian in particular, have been going through and learning that. And in that context, we have several modern traditions where modern composers such as Father Sergei Glagoliev, or Father Ivan Moody, and Mr. Mark Bailey, who happens to be in the audience today. We have those going on. The question that I want to ask in this context is it possible that the Eastern traditions are more successful because they have been more faithful to the actual pronouncements of the Second Vatican Council than the West? Thank you.
I want to know about this film. Can someone tell me what's going to happen to that footage? I'm serious. Is it just going to be all put up online? Because I really.
If you want to punt, you certainly can.
No, but what is going to happen to that footage? Do you know? Is it archival or
Yes.
is it live streaming?
No. It can be edited. It can be edited.
I hope it will be edited. We Roman Catholics haven't been very good at preserving our musical heritage, and we haven't been particularly good either at encouraging composers in our churches of the very highest quality of music. And there are many reasons for that, but in general that is the case, I think. And I think that having been said, I'm a Vatican II Catholic, and I'm not a reform of the reform type of person. But I think that the council, when you think about the life of a council, Vatican II is pretty young. We're really actually just starting. We have a lot of great work to do. And I think it's a very exciting time now to be addressing some of the challenges that we have. And one of the things that we care most about at Notre Dame is commissioning new pieces. And that encounter I had with Jimmy McMillan was because we had just commissioned a piece from him, which is a beautiful motet, and it's set to Gregorian chant. And it's an absolutely drop-dead, gorgeous little masterpiece. It's a little, 8-minute long motet. Brilliant and beautiful. And the more of these things that happen, the richer our treasure chest will be. But lots of times when they do happen, we don't know about them. And we are not good at making them available, and part of the reason we aren't is that we all walk in chains. It's very difficult to put things on the internet. We can't stream that piece. We have a beautiful recording of it, but we can't put it online. We had to sign a contract that said we couldn't, even though we commissioned it. So much of the great music that we want to put online, we're completely held back from doing so. I made a film of gospel music. It's called You Can't Sing It For Them. It has 66 pieces in it, and 44 are under contract, under copyright. And so I think it's probably the best film I ever made, but I can't stream that film. I can't show that film. I could be sued in 2 seconds if I did. Or Yale would be sued, or Notre Dame would be sued. Everybody wants to sue Yale and Notre Dame. So the only way that we can use the internet successfully is to harness the great musical and intellectual power of our students and have them make transcriptions for people that can be put online for free. Because otherwise, we're doomed. We can make recordings, and we will. But we can't make recordings of newly commissioned pieces because we can't get the rights to them. We can't stream them, even if we commission them. So that's part of the problem.
Right, well, maybe take the first question first about the internet. That I think a lot of what should be happening is starting to happen in various ways, perhaps not systematically, across the board, but one of the things that the internet is able to do is that it is able to facilitate oral transmission, to allow people to create, receive a critical mass of oral information somehow, and this substitutes in some ways for our modern societies where we don't sit at the feet of a cantor and learn for 5-6 years by heart the central repertory, as say Ethiopian cantors are still trained to do, and others in the sort of Coptic training. In the Byzantine tradition, of course, we've got notation, but still a very strong oral component. And there, I think they seem to be working well together, and also many of the sort of so-called classic editions of the 19th century of chant have been placed online and are readily available. So I think that there are a lot of things, and I just think more of that could be done at this stage. One thing, though, about how things are in the Orthodox East and with regard to the documents of Vatican II, of course, I think one has to distinguish between composed music, composed, especially polyphonic music, and these various regional chant traditions. Because the thing is, with these chant traditions, that there's a level of being unself-conscious about what you do. And it's, as I mentioned, in most cases it has some kind of an intimate relationship with secular music of the region. I mean, it's clearly distinguishable, but that they use similar melodic and modal vocabularies. And this is something that really is different about composed polyphony, and also to a certain extent true about the more elaborate forms, some of the more elaborate forms of say, Byzantine chant as well. So it's one of the things I think you can have with those various regional chant traditions is a sense of ownership, and that is hard to cultivate with the polyphonic compositions, and where an interchangeability where one person will just, as you're singing along, if you're doing a notated version, that you can switch out formulas because you know the different ones, the different versions of the same melodic formula. And if you didn't have a book, I can pick up the phone book and chant it according to the 8 modes. According to the Byzantine, if you tell me I want a fast melody, I want it in mode 2, I can do that now. Give me the slow version. Now give me the slow stihiraric version. Now, you can do it because if cantors who've sung enough memorize the formulas. And so that level of ownership is facilitated some by the decentralization of it. So we're not pointing to any one tradition. Now, what you do when you come to a place like North America, everybody brings these things. They don't have the same abilities for habituation. And also you have sort of what viewed from those regional chant traditions are sort of more arbitrarily composed pieces, which may be very beautiful and may do all sorts of wonderful things. And such things exist even, I would say, within the Byzantine chant tradition, the calophonic repertories. But it's a different kind of animal. So I mean, you just have to think about them in different ways. That's.
The question to both presenters, please. In your research, how much did you find music as part of a national search for identity or assertion of identity? In other words, the satellites of the Soviet Union, when the Soviet Union collapsed after 70 years of anti-religious practice, now the Russian Orthodox, for example, or the Serbian Orthodox, in search of their religious identity or national identity, you mentioned that there is revival since the 1970s of liturgical music. If you would please elaborate on this point of identity search, but also like we see now in the Middle East under violence or persecution of Christians of the Middle East. Dr. Fassler mentioned the Coptic revival, for example, or assertion of Christian identity. But also in the diaspora, both Coptic and Greek and Russian diasporas in America, for example, they are asserting their identity, especially with the second generation and third generation, through the utilization of music. What did you find in your research that would give us light and the way forward? Thank you.
Actually, this is a topic that I've sort of dealt with a fair amount elsewhere, both in research and in teaching. And that if one is to understand not only how we got where we are, but what it means to people in various places, that the question of national identity is an important one, and it's one that, but it's not also national identity, it's local identities, it's supranational identities. And for example, one thing I'd say right now that's sort of being fought out at some level is a supranational musical conception of liturgical music within Orthodoxy. And I think that's part of what's underlying the interest in places like Estonia and Russia in the received traditions of Byzantine chant, that there's a search for a kind of musical Catholicity somehow, returned to roots and seeing this as an oral badge of authenticity, contrasting against regional traditions which have grown up, and that's what I mean about the collapsing of the history. They look at the received traditions of Byzantine singing and essentially because the texts are the same as the ones for the Middle Ages, that they collapse the music as well and say it's the same music. Therefore, because we're using the singing liturgy of St. John Chrysostom, which is, goes back to the Middle Ages or late antiquity, and we're singing in the original Greek, and we're singing it into Byzantine chant like we know they sang. Therefore, we are singing the original music. I mean, that's the sort of extreme version of the line of thought. But I mean, the underlying impulse, the one that Charlemagne, pressed Charlemagne to unite Western Europe with the Roman Rite, and exists too some in the Eastern world, and so that the relevance of what the Church, especially of Constantinople, has done in any given period since it sort of achieved liturgical preeminence, is something that stands in tension now with some of these regional traditions. Serbia, again, I mentioned it briefly. That's why there's and you can find the same thing in Bulgaria, where during the communist period, local traditions and the sort of late 19th century nationalism before the communists elevated local oral traditions, what were in some cases were simplifications of the more sort of Byzantine chant system in its fullness, and elevated them to national patrimonies, and now those stand, in some people's view, in opposition to the received traditions of Byzantine singing. So they're really interesting. I mean, to give you a full answer to your question, it would require several books, but it is.
I can give a couple of just simple answers to it. I think as far as Roman Catholics are concerned, we really do need an identity, a musical identity, I think. But we need one that doesn't get in the way of multiculturalism. And that's why these simple Alleluia melismas I like so much, because you can do such a great variety of things with them. You can sing them in a Hispanic church. You can sing them in a church. You can sing them anywhere. You can sing them with a gospel tone. You can sing them with Bible drums. You can sing them anyway, and they still remain beautiful, and they still remain traditional and authentic, and they still are ours. That is our music as Roman Catholics, no matter how we want to slice it. So I like this idea of the old and the new blended together. And I think as many creative ways as we can find to do that, the better off we'll be as Roman Catholics. On the other hand, the Copts that I study and I'm so close to, their music is absolutely fundamental to their sense of identity and who they are, at least the tradition, the congregation that I work with. And even the little clip that I showed you today, I think you could see it has to be perfect. You have to get it just right, And that's the way they feel about it. They feel that it's theirs. It's something that they possess, and that it's crucial. And it doesn't matter to me how old it really is. I don't care about that. What I care about is what they think about it, and how they preserve it, and how they make it part of their identity and who they are. And they have so many brilliant ways of teaching it, because it's so fundamental, right now, anyway, as American Copts, to who they are.
I think we have time for one more question. Yes.
Just to follow up for Dr. Alexander Lingus, Father Roman Braga of the Romanian Diocese had a project years ago, and now I think he's too ill to follow up on, of the purification of the Byzantine liturgy to create an English language Byzantine tradition. Are you familiar with it, and what do you think of it?
I mean, I'm vaguely aware of it, but can you tell me a bit more?
Only that he came and presented part of a day of a conference in which he presented the liturgy, took out all the trills and all the elongated vowels, and essentially made it simple enough for the nuns to use at Holy Transfiguration Monastery.
Right. Well, this is another strand that I sort of cut out of the paper, which was there in some of the original notes for it today. That there have been at various times, mostly recently in the last century, some attempts to simplify received repertories of Byzantine singing. If you look further back, you could say in some sense that the Kievan chant repertory is an attempt to simplify the Znameni repertory. But let's take but in the Romanian scene, it's similar. What happened in Romania and also to a certain extent in Bulgaria is similar to what happened in Greece with the high water mark of Western musical culture when Greece emerged as nation states in the late 19th and early 20th centuries from the Ottoman Empire, or Austria as the case might be, with a Western educated elite who looked upon elements of their received repertories in the same way that Renaissance scholars of humanists looked upon the medieval repertories of Gregorian chant as full of barbarisms, or even worse, Orientalisms. There are things that we don't like, that somehow go against the sensibilities which we are trying to cultivate for ourselves as new Western Europeans, having shed the Ottoman yoke, that those things are to be expunged. So the work of John Sikelides in Greece, Lungu and others in Romania. This exists, but I think by and large, people have got past that. There are questions of liturgical utility, sure, simpler versus more complex chants, and there's discussion of that, and people on various sides of cultural divides have worked with that. The work of Professor Andonis Aligizakis in Thessaloniki and the work he did with the chapel of the University of Thessaloniki with Professor Fundoulis would be an example of that. Some of the work of the monks of Simonos Petras, providing simple substitutes, for example, to the very complex repertories of communion verses. A communion verse in the received tradition of Byzantine singing, the shortest pieces that have come down to us in the mainstream received repertory are, 6 or 7 minutes chants of setting of praise the Lord from the heavens, the Sunday communion. 6 to 10 minutes. They're very complex. They're very abstract pieces of music, and they're just too hard for the majority of cantors who are not trained, and especially in sort of village or pastoral, certain parish circumstances. So there have been attempts to bring back Alleluia singing, responsorial and antiphonal singing on late antique models to fill that gap. So, there's the liturgical questions on the one hand, but then there are the cultural ones, and one has to separate the two.
Well, I'd like to thank you both for a wonderful opening to the conference. It is now time for lunch, if I'm correct. Did you want to give us instructions?
Thank you very much to our first panel for very energetic and thought-provoking presentations. Obviously, this is going to continue. Time is short, so we have 1 hour for lunch. That's on the 3rd floor Skyway. We're on the 1st floor, so you can take the escalator up 2 floors. You can follow Catherine out of that door. Directly above us, it's not that hard to find. Those of you who are veterans of the symposium can perhaps lead some of our new people. But don't forget, there's more to come. Our second panel is at 12:30 after lunch. Back here, we'll have 3 panelists who will discuss issues in contemporary composition and performance of liturgical music. And then one more session this afternoon. Also here will be a workshop offered by LMU alumnus Antonio Alonso on composing and evaluating music for worship. Until then, let's go eat.
I don't know if it's possible to raise the temperature, but we will. It'll probably be possible as soon as you're done. That's all I can promise. So my name is Jeff Syker, and I am a professor in the theology department here at Loyola Marymount University, where I've been for a very long time. And my area of expertise is early Christianity, early Judaism, the history of biblical interpretation, and such things. I also am a musician. I started off as a musician at Indiana University many moons ago. And so I find the topic for today most fascinating. I had the opportunity when I was a student at Yale Divinity School to do a lot of things with Jeffrey Rothorn at the Institute of Sacred Music. And so, again, it's a great pleasure. Our first speaker today, cell phones. Since you all checked whatever it is you check on your cell phones over lunch, this is the time to get them out and turn them off. Notice I didn't say to airplane mode, so just off. We good? All right. Our first speaker today is Father Anthony Ruff, OSB, a monk of St. John's Abbey in Minnesota, and a professor of theology and liturgical music there at St. John's University. He is director of Abbey Music, organist, and director of the Gregorian Chant Schola. He has degrees from St. John's and Yale University, and his doctorate in theology is from the University of Graz in Austria, where he also specialized in Gregorian chant interpretation. He is the author of Sacred Music and Liturgical Reform, a modest 720-page study of the reforms of the Second Vatican Council. He suggested I could edit his bio, and I told him I was going to cut it to 360 pages. So this is a serious study of the reforms of the Second Vatican Council and of a collection of English chant responsorial psalms for daily Mass, and of Canticum Novum, a collection of easier Latin chant for parish choirs. So there you go. That was Canticum Novum, in case you're looking for it. He was chair of the international committee that wrote the English chant for the New English Missal of 2011. He was on the committee which drafted the 2007 document of the U.S. Catholic bishops, Sing to the Lord, Music in Divine Worship. He was on the executive committee of the Hymn Society in the U.S. and Canada, and he is currently on the board of the National Association of Pastoral Musicians, and he is president of the Catholic Academy of Liturgy. He is founding director of the National Catholic Youth Choir, a summer camp for high schoolers, and moderator of the popular liturgy blog, Pray Tell, which I highly commend. He does priestly ministry for the neighboring community of Benedictine sisters and at the local county jail. Father Ruff.
Thank you. The title of my talk is, In a Postmodern World, Can You Still Talk About Whether Sacred Music Compositions Are Any Good? No. Any questions? In common parlance, however, we do talk readily about whether a sacred music composition is any good or not. Many of us are quite opinionated about good and bad church music, and we do say that a piece is well-crafted or well-written or inspired. But as you perhaps have guessed from the title of my talk, I wish to call into question the ease with which we make such judgments. I hope to show that it is philosophically and theologically quite difficult to state definitively whether a piece of sacred music is any good. I do not think that all judgments about sacred music are out of order, and it is not my intention today to prevent anyone from making such judgments. I'm sure we all, including myself, will continue to talk about whether compositions are any good. My goal is rather modest. I hope that, as we all go on making such judgments, it will be with a bit more modesty. I hope to burden everyone's conscience a bit, so that any time we make a musical judgment, a little voice in our head will say, but there is another viewpoint. There are other concerns, and my musical judgment can and should be called into question. I speak first of the social location of judgments about musical quality. And I'm speaking for the first time from one of these things, so my emails are coming in as we go. So I see there's a new article at First Things, but I will later. Social location of judgments about musical quality. An important reason to be cautious about saying that a piece of sacred music is any good is that such judgments are typically made from within the limitations of a particular social location, but this is not always acknowledged. One speaks as if one's judgment is universal, objectively true, when in fact it might merely be a representative of the biases of one's social class. The most obvious way that this happens, and obviously I'm speaking as a very Western and Latin-minded Roman Catholic, it happens when Western European art music is the assumed standard by which other music is judged. There is assumed to be something like a canon, however fluid the boundaries of the canon necessarily must be. The canon is typically described by eras, and each era has its master, and we all know Palestrina in the Renaissance, and Mozart in the classical era, and so on. And each era has lesser figures, such as Buxtehude in the Baroque alongside Bach, or Michael Haydn in the classical era alongside Mozart. In our globalized world, and in our increasingly multicultural societies, any notion of a Western canon as a standard for everyone has come in for such serious critique that it is perhaps beating a dead horse to re-articulate the critique. But for those of us such as myself who treasure the so-called Western canon, who are especially interested in the music of composers such as Palestrina and Bach and Mozart and all the rest, we must hear the critique. We must acknowledge that many other people have reasons not to share our presuppositions or tastes, and that for the most part, there is no longer a presumption in our favor as there may have been in many places in times past. Whether I like it or not, my kind of people no longer run the world like they once did. And this is a spiritual crisis, if I may be so honest, where I have to be open to where God is leading me, and that may not be where I wanted to be led, but I think God does call us to seek out the truth however we can, along with others, try to discern it together. The field of ethnomusicology challenges any presumption one might hold in favor of Western art music. As ethnomusicologist Helen Myers wrote in 1988, ethnomusicologists are great egalitarians. They avoid value judgments that would rank the music of society A over that of society B. They prefer to report a society's own rating of its musicians than to impose judgment from the outside. As Father Edward Foley has written, ultimately, the acceptance of ethnomusicological principles will at least challenge, if not displace, the conservatory approach to evaluating music that begins with, he calls it, speaking quite broadly, the Bach, Beethoven, Brahms paradigm. How far-reaching is the challenge from ethnomusicology? If Myers' axiom disallows judging, say, music from Hispanic or African American cultures from a Western music standard, as I think it does disallow, It is not as clear if the axiom also disallows making judgment between various styles and genres of music within Western culture. Note that Helen Myers states that ethnomusicologists merely report the ratings of musicians. They do not generate the ratings themselves. Ratings are not disallowed per se, but the possibility of cross-cultural transference is questioned. But what about within Western culture? Can you judge the Beatles or LMI, the St. Louis Jesuits, which are both from Western cultures, by Western art music standards? The usefulness of Meyer's statement will depend upon how societies and cultures are defined and distinguished. If British and American popular music is a dialect of the language of classical music, as Peter Jeffrey has suggested, then one would not necessarily be prevented by Myers from using common standards to evaluate the music of classical European composers and contemporary American liturgical composers who write in a popular idiom. Both the St. Louis Jesuits and Mozart use Western tonality and 18th century functional harmony. Does this provide enough commonality with which to compare the St. Louis Jesuits and Mozart, and to rank the music of Mozart over that of the St. Louis Jesuits? I'm skeptical, not at the level of my musical tastes, but at the level of my philosophical understanding of the situation. However much commonality there is between the Jesuits and Mozart, I don't think the commonality legitimates comparison across styles. I suspect that the most honest result of such an attempt would be not that Mozart is musically better, but that it reflects the particular values of one social location better. I suspect that the St. Louis Jesuits, some of whom are friends and acquaintances of mine, would say that they greatly admire Mozart's genius, but their music isn't trying to be Mozart and shouldn't be judged on those terms. I think the only result of the attempted comparison would be that different music appeals to different social classes, and one's judgment depends upon one's social class. And one of the dominant, massive trends in Western culture today is away from elitism and in the direction of egalitarianism. This makes it look like elitist classicism to say that Mozart is better than the Jesuits. Meyer's ethnomusicological axiom disallows comparison between society A and society B. I think it also disallows comparisons between sub-societies within society A. As much as I remain convinced that my music, Western art music, has something unique about it, which other music lacks, making it better, I have to use the scare quotes, I don't think it is philosophically possible to justify this judgment of mine. It certainly feels to me that my judgment is something more than mere personal preference. I find the music of Palestrina and Bach and Mozart to be more interesting, intellectually and artistically and expressively, than the music of the St. Louis Jesuits. But any argument in support of this fails because it is circular. In order to rank the music of sub-society A over that of sub-society B, one must begin by presuming the values of sub-society A. I conclude then that the fact of social location from which musical judgments are made makes it exceedingly difficult to say that any sacred music is good. I may still assert such judgments, but always with caveats in my mind that I might just be arguing class or education or privilege rather than intrinsic objective musical quality. My next section, official Catholic documents on musical quality and cultural location. The question naturally arises for Roman Catholics, but what about official church teachings on sacred music? Doesn't the church teach that Gregorian chant should be given pride of place in liturgical services, Sacrosanctum Concilium number 116, and that the treasury of sacred music is to be preserved and fostered with great care, and choirs must be diligently promoted, number 114 of the same document? Doesn't official Catholic Church teaching rank Society A, chant and European polyphony, over the music of other societies? I think it must be admitted that the official documents of the Catholic Church have not yet entirely dealt with the difficulties raised by the social location of musical judgments. There are unresolved inner tensions within the documents. Two things stand in tension with each other. There is both sensitivity and openness to all the world's cultures, and affirmation of sacred music cultivated primarily by Europeans and European immigrants. In Gaudium et Spes, the 1965 Constitution on the Church in the Modern World of Vatican II, there is strong respect for all the cultures of the world. Number 42 affirms that, in virtue of her mission and nature, the Church is bound to no particular form of human culture, nor to any political, economic, or social system. Number 44 states that the ability to express Christ's message in its own way is developed in each nation, and at the same time there is fostered a living exchange between the Church and the diverse cultures of people. Such statements as these on openness to all cultures in Gaudium et Spes, frankly, stand in tension with the statements cited above in Sacrosanctum Concilium about chant and the treasury of sacred music. The same tension is seen, and seen even more clearly in the U.S. Bishop's document, Sing to the Lord. I won't quote all of that now to make the point in the interest of time. I will just point out that if you go to numbers 135 and 136, you see two different things right alongside of each other. Here we are open to all cultures. Here we affirm the inherited treasury. So I will skip ahead a bit then. What are we to make of this tension in official documents? I think it is an area where further development in church teachings might eventually come about. Typically, teachings develop when unresolved tensions reach a breaking point, which calls for a new synthesis. Underdeveloped themes in the teaching of the church come to greater expression and come to moderate or overturn other themes which were previously dominant. By way of analogy, we have seen something like this happen with respect to official church teaching on religious liberty. The traditional teaching was that error has no rights, and the church preferred a Catholic confessional state that gave privilege to the Catholic religion. Separation of church and state, such as in the United States, could be tolerated, but it could not be affirmed by a Roman Catholic. At the same time, there was this underdeveloped theme in church teaching that defended the rights of conscience, but without yet having worked out yet the societal implications of this. This theme came to greater expression at Vatican II when it was stated that no one is to be forced to embrace the Christian faith against his or her own will. The council, in effect, overturned the traditional teaching on the Catholic confessional state and error not having rights. That teaching could no longer stand as other values in the tradition came to greater expression. It will be interesting to observe whether such a development does enter into Catholic teaching on sacred music at the level of official documentation or at the level of theologians' explication of church teaching? Will the teachings on the priority of the treasury of sacred music come to be moderated or even overturned or phrased in some different way as the church works out the full implications of respect for all cultures and the intrinsic nature of all musical judgments being made from within a social location? Number 3, music for ritual, or art in action. So, the first reason why I am skeptical about judgments that sacred music compositions are any good or not has to do with social location. My second reason has to do with the purpose and function of sacred music. According to the Liturgy Constitution of the Second Vatican Council, the criterion for evaluation of music is not an independent aesthetic one, but a functional one, tied to the purpose and function of ritual. Or as the title of a book by Nicholas Wolterstorff had it, what is needed is art in action. The full title of his book is Art in Action, Toward a Christian Aesthetic. Wolterstorff takes vigorous issue with the pervasive Western notion that art exists for the purpose of aesthetic contemplation, and proposes instead that art has a legitimate, even necessary place in everyday life. And I'm importing his insight into Catholic liturgical music and saying that the place where art is in action is within the action of the liturgy. To understand the full importance of the Second Vatican Council, it is necessary first to have in view how music had come to be seen in the West as an independent aesthetic artifact. Gordon Graham, in a recent talk at Westminster Abbey, made this point, and he drew on the writings of Nietzsche when he said, Nietzsche argues that music has suffered by being allied with the other high arts, since it was thereby brought under an aesthetic primarily suited to painting, the plastic arts, and poetry. This aesthetic first rose to prominence in the 18th century. It gives pride of place to the contemplation of beautiful images. In order to fit it, music had to be reconceived as a productive rather than a performing art, one that produces pieces of music, sonic images comparable to the pictures produced by painters and verses produced by poets. The music of the concert hall, another 18th century invention, becomes widely identified as art music. So far, Gordon Graham. Against this backdrop of these, fairly recent developments on seeing music as an aesthetic artifact, Vatican II's teaching on the relationship between music and ritual take on their full value. The key statement is in number 112 of Sacrosanctum Concilium. Quote, therefore, sacred music is to be considered the more holy in proportion as it is more closely connected with the liturgical action, close quote. As Edward Foley notes, Sacrosanctum Concilium clearly moves toward a functional definition of sacred music, stressing that its holiness is not only or essentially a matter of ontology or ethics, but instead is related to music's ability to wed itself to text and rite. Similarly, German musicologist Helmut Kupka termed this phrase in Article 112 revolutionary. He writes, no longer an inner musical aesthetic aspect, but rather a liturgical aspect is lifted up as the standard of measurement. Any misunderstanding is avoided that the Church would declare one style for sacrosanct. What all of this means, I think, is that we evaluate a composition of sacred music not simply by looking at the qualities of the notes on the page. It is not enough to ask whether the voice leading is good, the harmony is interesting, or the melody is convincing. One must also and primarily ask how well the music functions in worship. Is the music tied to the ritual structure of the liturgy? Does it properly highlight what is essential in the rite rather than what is secondary? Does it allow for the proper participation of the various ministers, celebrant, deacon, cantor, and the assembly? Does it relate to the cultural background of the participants? And does it thereby draw them into the liturgical action? And here I'd like to look at a concrete example. In the Latin Missale Romanum, there is a wonderful Latin chant for during the sprinkling with newly blessed water at the Easter Vigil, the Vidi Aquam. Vidi aquam agredientem de templo. In the New English Missal, there is this version. I saw water flowing from the temple, from its right hand side, Alleluia. Obviously, this vernacular chant is a greatly simplified version. It doesn't even attempt to retain all of the melismas and note groups of the Latin. It's merely in the same eighth mode. And here I can tell you that it's actually not based on the Latin model. It's actually based on the Mode 8 psalm tone of St. Meinrad Arch Abbey. Dum, ba-dum, bum, typical Mode 8. Dum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum. I saw water flowing from the temple. Jeffrey Tucker, who blogs at the New Liturgical Movement and Chant Cafe, has complained that the English version is not nearly as high quality as the Latin. Now, my point is not to defend the English chant, and I'm sure there are other and better ways it could have been composed. My concern is that Tucker's critique is independent aesthetic rather than ritual functional. He is looking at the music in and of itself. But I think you should look at the rubric above the chant in the Latin and English Missal. It says, the priest sprinkles the people with blessed water while all sing. Are all able to sing the Latin version? Is it suitable for congregational participation? On these ritual functional grounds, perhaps the critique of the English chant version should be not that it deviates too far from the Latin, but that it doesn't deviate far enough. Perhaps the idiom of English chant, unmetered as it is not well suited for spirited congregational singing as this moment in the rite demands. Perhaps greater sensitivity to culture, which I believe our Christian faith demands, which I know that our church teaching calls for. Perhaps this cultural sensitivity and the use of musical styles more suited to the sensitivities of our people might be called for. These are difficult questions. My conclusion is this. I think Universalaus got it right in 1980. I wish to conclude by quoting from and saying just a bit about the Universalaus document from 1980. And Universalaus is a study group for Catholic worship music founded in connection with the liturgical reforms of the Second Vatican Council. It was founded by progressive figures such as Joseph Gelino and the chant scholar from Italy, Luigi Agostoni. Universalaus fully supports the liturgical reform, and it emphasizes the importance that music fit the structure of the Reformed liturgy and that it always function with attentiveness to cultural context. In its section on quality and value of forms, Universalaus said this in 1980. When people demand beauty and holiness of liturgical forms, it is not so much a question of aesthetic or moral norms as of the values that a group of people are aiming at in their symbolic action, and of the anti-values that the group considers incompatible with the rites. Detecting these values and anti-values and discovering the tangible expressions through which they are perceived turns our attention to beliefs, spirituality, the faith of the group, but also to the social psychology and to the status of art and religion in society. I confess that when I first encountered this Universal Laus document, this would have been sometime in the 1990s, I rebelled strongly against this very excerpt. Values of a group sounded to me horribly relativistic. This was at a time when I was on the search for objective principles to defend higher quality music and to defend the teachings of the church on the primacy of chant and choral polyphony. How could Universal Laus say that it is not a question of aesthetics or moral norms? But I've come to believe that when we talk about whether a piece of sacred music is any good, we are talking about the values of a group. None of us speaks objectively, i.e. for God, and all of us speak within the limitations of a social group. I still belong to my social group, and that's fine, and I still have my convictions and preferences about music, and that is fine too. But the admission that I am limited by my social location makes for a better conversation about musical quality within the church. It allows on all sides for greater honesty, mutual respect, and discernment of common values that unite us. And best of all for me, if I may include a personal note, it allows me to see with new eyes the beauty of chant and traditional music. Once I let go of the burden of having to discover and defend objective principles, once I stop seeing chant and polyphony as an object which places obligations and burdens on me because it needs my defense and may not survive without me, once I let go of all of that, then I am freer to let the music speak to me in its freshness and beauty and spiritual vitality, and increases my hope that it doesn't need my Pelagian efforts. What's good here, God and God's people will take care of quite well. But you see, we're getting there from different grounds. It really is, and I don't like to use these binary terms, but it really is from below, and that it will be because people from within their perception will find what's beautiful, rather than from above, which is what we've had, at all levels of Western society through all of history, with assertion of privilege. So yes, we still can talk about whether sacred music compositions are any good, but we all do so as fellow pilgrims who are sharing our values with each other. If we admit that, I think our conversations about compositional quality will be richer and more constructive. Thank you.
Our second speaker is Mark Bailey. Mr. Bailey earned his music degrees at the Eastman School of Music and at the Yale School of Music through the Yale Institute of Sacred Music of Yale University. He has studied conducting principally with Harold Farberman, David Efron, and Marguerite Brooks, and has coached with Daniel Lewis, among others. He is extensively involved in the performance of Baroque, classical, and early Romantic instrumental, vocal, choral, and operatic works, with particular expertise in Slavic music of the 17th and 18th centuries, as well as the Bach family, Handel, Haydn, and Mozart. Currently, Mr. Bailey is artistic director of the American Baroque Orchestra, which he founded, as well as the Yale Russian Chorus. Mr. Bailey frequently guest conducts renowned ensembles such as Capella Romana and Pro Coro Canada, which is currently celebrating their hockey teams, particularly in the Slavic repertoire. Mr. Bailey has been a principal guest speaker on Slavic choral music for the Great Performance Series and the Mostly Mozart Festival at Lincoln Center in New York City. Other guest appearances include conducting 2 gala concerts at Carnegie Hall featuring the music of Moscow and St. Petersburg. From 1992 until 2008, Mr. Bailey served on the faculty of St. Vladimir's Orthodox Seminary in Crestwood, New York, where he taught composition, analysis, choral leadership, and Church Slavonic. He also served on the conducting staff for the chapel choirs, founding and leading the Composers Seminar at St. Vladimir's in 2007 and 2008. He is a fellow at Davenport College, Yale University. In the field of research, he has curatorial responsibility for Yale's renowned collection of historical sound recordings. Outside of music, Mr. Bailey is extensively involved in animal welfare, and in 2012, he was appointed by the mayor of the city of New Haven, Connecticut, as a humane commissioner. Mr. Bailey.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. One of the reasons I'm reading from a paper and not from my laptop is because I don't want to be tempted to check the internet to see how the stray dogs from Sochi are doing. Several American Olympians have adopted them, and they're hopefully on their way to America now. It's also quite a pleasure to be here to represent the Orthodox voice in the challenges that face composers today, and especially to be here at the invitation of my former student, now turned professor and scholar. The title of my talk is Music and the Reimagination of Liturgical Faith. The services of Holy Friday are recognized throughout Christianity for their somber and introspective tone. In most churches, this day is an opportunity to commemorate and liturgically reenact the passion and burial of Christ. Two of Johann Sebastian Bach's best known and most beloved masterpieces, the Passions according to St. John and St. Matthew, result from the musical needs of these services in the Lutheran tradition. Countless other special musical settings from both the Eastern and Western Christian churches contribute to the memory and anticipation of these services. Even certain performance ensembles, usually choirs, have an annual tradition of performing a requiem or certain work in concert on Holy Friday. There is a point in the Orthodox service at the end of Vespers that one may find particularly meaningful and compelling as a musician, especially as a composer. What follows is how the experience usually unfolds for those who celebrate according to Slavic-influenced practice. At the beginning of the service, on the altar table, there lies a winding sheet with an image of Christ's body after he has been taken down from the cross. This in Slavonic is called a plashchenica. At a certain point, the celebrant ceremonially lifts the winding sheet off the altar table and, in processional style, brings the winding sheet into the body of the church among the faithful gathered and places it on a surface that has been decorated and arranged, especially with flowers, to represent Christ's tomb, which he then censes. As the winding sheet is brought from the altar to the tomb, the choir, in a processional manner, sings a troparion or refrain entitled The Noble Joseph. The full text is as follows. The noble Joseph, when he had taken down thy most pure body from the tree, wrapped it in fine linen and anointed it with spices and placed it in a new tomb. This moment, through a poignant liturgical action, conveys to the Orthodox musician a simple yet critical reality, that music has particular function in Orthodox liturgy, and that its function has impact on the efficacy of worship. In this instance, the music provides the quality of pulse, rhythm, and melody that compels physical movement, allowing the celebrant to walk solemnly and purposefully with the winding sheet from the altar to the tomb, which is critical for the visual comprehension of the event. Simultaneously, the music carries, elevates, and communicates the text, placing what the faithful behold taking place before them in the context of the original scriptural account. Through music in text, in other words, the faithful are able to reimagine the act of compassion offered to Christ by Joseph of Arimathea. The actual images of the biblical event come to life again, enlivened by the same pulse, rhythm, and melody that motivate the procession, as liturgy places the past in a reimagined experience of the present. If either of these functional qualities of music is compromised or executed in an unrecognizable way, then liturgy is depleted of this essential resource. What for the faithful gathered should have been a unified and multidimensional experience of the event instead becomes disjointed. Therefore, one of the most crucial challenges before the Orthodox composer is to recognize and understand the macro-liturgical dimensions of worship and how music interacts with and serves the cause of liturgical efficacy, not purely for its own sake, but so that liturgy is for the faithful gathered truly a heightened and deeply meaningful glimpse into God's world beyond ourselves. This type of awareness, sensitivity, and understanding therefore requires the Orthodox composer also to be a student and practitioner of liturgy. Among many, Orthodox composers such as Father Sergei Glagolev and Father Ivan Moody come to mind. Not only are they musicians of an extremely high caliber, but they also embrace the priestly role, and therefore have an intimate knowledge of the ceremonial dimensions of liturgy that music is meant to assist, elevate, and help enact. The composer need not be a priest, however, to understand the anatomical qualities and objectives of worship, nor does being a priest necessarily guarantee a liturgically coherent outcome in his music, especially if his primary experience of music in church has relegated singing to the role of something other than the sound of the actual liturgical action, even, by the way, when the singing is the primary action. At such moments, the singing almost seems to be taking place in a coincidental manner, as an extension of a generalized notion of spiritual ethos, but not in a way that is particular to the liturgical component being enacted or reenacted. This is similar to approaching icons only as paintings that make a space appear sacred, as opposed to a visual means by which, in the hearts and minds of the faithful, to evoke prayer and praise by engaging visually with sacred moments and saints that comprise the universality of the Holy Church. Borrowing from the field of modern architecture, the Orthodox composer, when setting out to write new liturgical music, perhaps can be reminded of the notion that form follows function. First and foremost, a new building must be structurally sound, and all the specifications that allow the building to stand must be in place. Similarly, the musical ingredients, melody, modality, harmony, rhythm, and so on, must be well crafted and structurally reliable. Of course, a new building, one hopes, also will have a certain stylistic integrity and aesthetic appeal, just as we desire for music. But the new building must also be able to accommodate the functions that take place within it. The building's specific dimensions must address those activities. Similarly, one may argue that music, by and large, needs to accommodate the liturgical component to which it is assigned, while maintaining true to its own aesthetic nature. In fact, a good composer ensures that the two do not enter into contradiction. If solemn movement is to take place as part of the liturgical act, then, as mentioned, the music should compel that movement in an appropriate manner, moving from one pulse to the next as one foot gently is placed in front of another. If a common refrain is designed to invite the voice of the congregation, then the music should be structured for such communal rather than highly specialized singing, and so on. In fact, such an approach, still in light of architecture, makes relevant the following quotation by renowned 20th century architect Frank Lloyd Wright, who said, quote, "No house should ever be on a hill or on anything. It should be of the hill, belonging to it. Hill and house should live together, each the happier for the other." Unquote. Music and liturgy seem to fit that description as well. Within my nearly 20 years as composition instructor at St. Vladimir's Orthodox Theological Seminary, I developed a teaching process called composition according to macro-liturgics. This methodology originally was inspired by the field of archival processing and preservation through what is called macro-appraisal. In short, macro appraisal attempts to account for all related information that can influence and have impact on how a particular collection is preserved, arranged, described for scholarly research. Translating this into liturgical music composition, before students commit to a single musical note, this exercise requires that they first need to account for the array of liturgical conditions, specifications, and possibilities that have impact on how they ultimately will shape and detail the musical qualities of their composition. Starting broadly, my students would study the design and structure of a particular service, say matins or vespers or a burial service, its role and place within whatever cycle of services to which it belongs, daily, weekly, yearly, incidental, and so on, as well as the patterns that run throughout the service. For instance, in the Orthodox Eucharistic Divine Liturgy, as many know, angelic imagery evolves throughout the prayers and sung texts. In the earlier portion of the liturgy called Liturgy of the Catechumens, as the bishop proceeds to the high place, the angelic thrice holy hymn is referred to through the singing of Holy God, Holy Mighty, Holy Immortal, have mercy on us. Several minutes later, at the great entrance of the Liturgy of the Faithful, the singers foreshadow the actual hymn with the following words: "Let us who mystically represent the cherubim and sing the thrice holy hymn to the life-creating Trinity, now lay aside all earthly cares that we may receive the King of all, who comes invisibly born by the angelic hosts. Alleluia." And then finally, at the anaphora, the people sing the hymn, "Holy, holy, holy," followed by words of heavenly praise. Such patterns allow the possibility for musical connections among these texts and images through common melodic and harmonic motives, as other similar musical gestures which composers may choose to account for in some way can be applied as well. The point being, of course, that composers must be aware of these textual image patterns in the first place. In the macro-liturgical approach, composition students who seek to understand the structural particularities and historical relevance of a component they are setting to music are challenged to deepen that understanding through history, through style, and through precedent. In a certain component, for instance, designed to be sung potentially by all who wish to do so in the congregation, such as Lord Have Mercy, they are challenged then to come up with a musical means that allow indeed that full participation. They have to ask, however, is the text given to the singers instead to prepare and deliver to the ears of the faithful, such as in a series of unique poetic stanzas designed for a particular day, feast, or other type of commemoration? Or is a text possibly a combination of both, such as in the canon, where the singers offer the poetic stanzas or individualized troparia, and the congregation responds after each one? As well, is the current or received practice an adherence to the original, or to what extent and does that matter for today's church? In other words, it's about asking questions observed by a deeply relevant and meaningful and penetrating look into one's experience of worship and liturgy. For many Orthodox parishes whose musical component is highly influenced by Slavic post-Romantic era urban harmonized singing, as well as some other forms of monastic singing, litany responses such as "Lord have mercy, grant it, O Lord," "To thee, O Lord," or even "Amen," most often will be composed as a smaller musical unit designed in terms of vocal range and complexity of harmony to be sung by a choir, while the congregation stands in silence. Earlier liturgical practices, however, even in the world of Slavic-influenced Orthodox worship, reveal these same responses to be set in such a way that just about everyone, upon hearing a single iteration, could easily join in on the refrain through a clearer, more concise melody. If this type of refrain is the liturgical desire of the worshiping community, in spite of a received practice, the composer may discover its liturgical precedent and the possibility for revival in earlier practices instead. And in fact, this is exactly what has happened in many Orthodox churches in North America over the last 20 years or so. where the possibility of congregational participation through audible singing has become a common objective for many. Rather than inventing new justifications, a macro-liturgical approach asks liturgy itself, as an evolving structure, what it has to say on the matter. Some parish communities and the composers who supply them with liturgical settings can go to the other extreme and engage in a sort of congregational hyper-participation. In other words, the congregants sing just about everything, and in some cases, as I've witnessed, they actually will sing the bishop or the priest's text. Holy things are for the holy, and then one is the people answer. One is holy, one is Lord, in the Divine Liturgy, the Orthodox Divine Liturgy, and one congregation just sings the priest's line every time now. Louder, and committing him to a certain chant, because he can't change his melody anymore. The congregation insists on that one chant. They really gravitated toward it. Unchecked by a macro-liturgical methodology, certain composers neglect to realize that in many instances, the sung components of Orthodox liturgy are structured as dialogues rather than sing-alongs. And the role of the congregation in such instances is to affirm audibly and punctuate what has been said or sung. In these cases, when the sing-along quality prevails, congregational participation becomes something like a one-sided conversation, neglecting the liturgical need at times for silent comprehension and even prayerful meditation in anticipation of a response. Responsorial psalms and poetic structures such as the canon, the long-form Kontakion, and so on, arguably fall into this category of involving a dialogue between the singers and the congregation. Similar structures, of course, exist between the celebrant and the congregation. Accounting for history, as mentioned, will illuminate the distinctive character of the various sung roles in liturgy between readers and chanters, for instance, and chanters and congregation, and add much more complexity and an appreciation for the richness of the practices that we have received, not just the practice preceding our generation that we have received. Interestingly, a concern for the inception, original practice, and subsequent evolution of certain liturgical components and structures shares a degree of similarity with the field of early music, generally known as performance practice, also known as historically informed practice and through other labels. Performance practitioners firmly believe that, in addition to the basic intentions inherent in the creation of a piece of music, there also are important performance expectations relating to the conditions and circumstances of the music's time that should be acknowledged and to some degree replicated or accounted for in modern practice. Such historical factors can become essential ingredients that enable the most meaningful form of listening engagement when the music is performed in whatever era. These factors range from style of articulation, for instance, accented or accentuated downbeats versus evenly weighted articulations one note to the next, to pitch level, for instance, A415 versus A432 or 430 or A440 and so on, to manner of tuning, just intonation versus various unequal temperaments versus equal temperament, to the actual instruments and instrumental accessories used, gut strings with a swan-tipped bow versus steel strings and a modern torque bow. Contrary to the narrow-minded and simplistic views of certain overextended musicologists, performance practice presumes and seeks to rediscover a spirit of authenticity inherent in the original period of the music, not in terms of the product, but the compositional process of musical actualization. The instructional guides of the 17th and 18th centuries, including the treatises of Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, Johann Joachim Quantz, and Leopold Mozart, to name a few, articulate such expectations in great detail. Performance practitioners, therefore, seek to reimagine these elements in performance today, not to relive the past, but further to inform and enliven the present, so that the original spirit of the music, however it has traveled through time, once again reaches its fullest, most meaningful, and compelling form of expression, as if time doesn't matter. Beyond musical performance, this also can apply to liturgy. In spite of how a certain liturgical practice has been received from a previous generation, there is a sense of particular purpose and intention that is inherent during the time of a component's inception that can reveal a great deal about the internal and external nature of liturgy. The canon, as sung at Orthodox Matins, for instance, was developed and introduced in part to reinfuse actual scripture rather than poetic biblical paraphrases into liturgy. The canon, as one hears it today, is most often divided into 9 odes, beginning with an opening poetic stanza or irmos, followed by a set of ecclesiastical poetry or troparia. Each set of ecclesiastical poetry is based on a particular biblical theme or canticle from the Old Testament, with the exception of the 9th ode, which is dedicated to the Virgin Mary or Theotokos. The irmos often blends the Old Testament accounts, such as Jonah and the whale, Jonah in the belly of the whale, or the 3 holy youths in the fiery furnace, into a New Testament frame of mind, as the troparia then comment through the eyes of Christ. But where is the actual scriptural component? While there would be no way of knowing this today, in original practice, the actual canticles were also present in the singing of the canon, so that indeed each ode actually quoted scripture rather than just paraphrasing it. This makes more sense of the original objective of the canon and provides thematic textual balance and audible continuity so as to rekindle a greater scriptural presence in the services. Today, in received practice, only a small remnant of the original intention occurs when the Canticle of Mary or the Magnificat is sung for that irmos. Some erroneously assume, by the way, that the Magnificat has been added to the 9th ode rather than it being a principal element of the original structure. In other words, history makes sense of intention, and some churches are now including the canticles as part of their liturgical celebration. Orthodox churches that ponder their relatively new presence in North America and embrace a sort of missionary imperative understandably will feel drawn to certain historical liturgical usages when the Christian church and its liturgy were also in the early stages of development. There is inherent energy and in many cases a focus of purpose when something takes form and discovers its first liturgical voice. Composers who are aware of historical usage may be able to infuse some of that into the voice of their own new works, bringing forth in them a resonance that today's worshipers will relate to in an equally meaningful way. Composition, according to macro-liturgics, as it narrows step by step to the actual task of writing music, also accounts for text. The structural character of the text has profound influence over the way in which music will be set, so that not only are the words necessarily comprehensible, which is necessary for most North American Orthodox churches, but enhanced and made even more penetrating through music. Although some sung texts exist as singular units, such as the Canticle of St. Simeon or the Lord's Prayer, others exist in sets of stanzas that compose a certain liturgical component. In such cases, if the texts are set strophically with consistent lines and stress patterns, as one finds in much Greek ecclesiastical poetry, then the composer is, as a matter, just writing a model melody and being able to set it so that it can be repeated in those subsequent stanzas. This is much as one would find even in a Protestant hymnal, a single melody and several verses that fit that melody. If, however, we're talking about Slavonic usage, and in most cases English, where the text is more prosaic and there is a great deal of variety from line to line, from stress pattern to stress pattern, then the composer's task must be to find other musical means by which to maintain a kind of continuity to show that these texts are linked. And the composer may do that through a set of melodic kernels, motives that are applied recognizably in each stanza, but flexibly so that they're not misaccenting or failing to honor the natural stress of the words. The relationship between one textual phrase or subphrase to the next informs the musical architecture of the line as well. In Orthodox liturgy, sung ecclesiastical texts often mimic the structure of psalmody. An inherent basic feature of psalm texts is that, of course, they have an A-B or sometimes antecedent-consequent relationship. Consider Psalm 27, verse 9, O Lord, save thy people and bless thine inheritance. The two stichs, A and B, are connected by the word and imply two phrases of music with the same sort of relationship. A school of thought now prevails, however, that proposes not only an antecedent-consequent type relationship between the stichs of a full line of psalmic text, but that B actually heightens or accentuates A. Consider the refrain from the great Prokimenon from Saturday evening resurrectional vespers, which goes as follows: "The Lord is king, he is robed in majesty." The Lord is king, in other words, I'm tempted to sing this. All my colleagues so far have been singing their examples, but a little bit of jet lag and other things are making me delay until you'll hear some excerpts, and I'll let other people do that for you. But the Lord is king, he is robed in majesty. In other words, A conjures a certain image, a certain bold image, in fact. The Lord is king. But B further heightens that image, enriches it, extends it, and details it by saying, he is robed in majesty. This creates a musical opportunity as well. Whatever compositional material is used for A, the subsequent phrase of musical material can heighten and amplify further the text of B, so that the music truly expresses not only the literal meaning of the words, but enhances imagery. Composers have various techniques that can achieve this, including positioning the melody of the second phrase a little differently in relation to tonic, or by enriching the harmonic or modal color of the B phrase, and so forth. When composers and arrangers in the Orthodox Church in America first began setting English texts, perhaps some 50 years ago, lesser experienced musicians tended to assign exclusive authority to the Slavonic melody that they were borrowing, and translated the words, were using their translated words, which fit them into the original melody without any kind of alteration or minimal alteration. However the Slavonic melody was contoured around the text, the very same melody was affixed to the English translation, in other words, in a rigid and unyielding manner, in spite of any technical differences between the two that would imply special treatment. Often the English, when sung, came across in an unnatural or forced way. Some unimportant words were exaggerated, word stress could fall on the wrong syllable, and any number of other violations against text setting for comprehension and image enhancement would occur. Furthermore, if the original Slavonic setting of the melodic configuration failed to consider textual heightening as a necessary characteristic of the words in the B phrase for the sake of extending A, then the same would be true of English as a matter of direct transference. In other words, without the benefit of leaning outside of directly inherited liturgical music to consider the anatomical features of the liturgy itself, sometimes, I stress sometimes, unfortunate and less than remarkable musical practices were simply perpetuated from one generation to the next, and text, in terms of its necessity of meaning and beauty, would suffer. Now, as we move to the end and get to a few musical examples that I'd like to tell you about, accounting for this now gets us sort of from the aspect of structure to style. This still leaves a sense of what does the music actually sound like, and how do we take that into account? Some of what we heard, much of what we heard in the talk before us. So moving to that section, so then you can hear something. Adding to the challenge of musical style, many composers trained in music schools and conservatories are encouraged, if not required, to depart from tradition and explore new sounds and forms of musical expression, giving the ear a fresh and unforeseen experience. This, of course, is welcome at that level, and it is truly why Mozart does not sound like Bach, and Debussy does not sound like Brahms, and so on. And I see no reason why this should not be the case for devotional or paraliturgical music intended for concert performance. But this also works better when music itself is the primary consideration, rather than an essential servant of a larger enterprise. Each parish community, in other words, has an ethos of worship particular to them. Liturgical music composers will find their lives made easier if they seek to compose within an established ethos rather than disrupting it, by gently introducing new and fresh sounds within an overall familiar soundscape that audibly characterizes the sung prayer of the faithful gathered. And as an example of that, I'd like to play a setting of the great entrance, the Cherubic hymn or Cherubicon by Maya Abrahamian, who was a wonderful composer and friend of mine. And she was not Orthodox for most of her life, but then when she converted, she wanted to compose for the church as well. And so we worked very closely together on this. And she very much embraced this sort of macro liturgical approach. Her goal was always to compose within the ethos of her particular church, her understanding of the Orthodox Church in America, especially through Slavic influenced practice, but to do so still from the inspiration of a composer. So her melodies would mimic chant, for instance, but they weren't actual chant. What you're about to hear is very much in the style of how one would encounter the Cherubicon in Orthodox worship, except none of it is borrowed from past compositions. These are new harmonies, new melodies configured around the text per se, rather than translating melody that was already assigned to another text. And then I think in a very subtle way, one can hear just sort of a fresh harmony as well. So have a listen to this. Let me open the calendar. Maya, by the way, never heard this composition. She was working on it at the very end of her life, was sending me drafts to look at. The very last draft she sent, my reply was to be, there's nothing more you need to do with this, but she sadly died before she ever heard this piece sung. This is the Cherubicon live in concert with Procoro Canada, and I'm the conductor. perhaps one of the most wonderful compliments a liturgical music composer can receive is when someone says, I listen to your music as if I were looking at a new icon, familiar and fresh at the same time, which I think is a compelling model and image for composers. So as I conclude, I'm going to let Maya take us out of this lecture and go into the next portion with, this is a composition, Holy God, Holy Mighty, Holy Immortal. And if you just heard, I guess I'm going to sing a little bit, that main chant melody she used right now for the Liturgical. Now we're backing up to the first reference of the angelic song, Holy, 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 in the Divine Liturgy. And again, entirely newly composed, but as a result of studying liturgical structure, this is what she came up with. So here's her setting of the Trisagion. It was Maya's hope that the congregation would be able to sing along on this. But when I conducted it in Edmonton the last time, after that performance, I invited the audience to go ahead and give it a try and sing along. This is 600 people singing elements of liturgy and music coming together to allow us to reimagine our faith. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our final speaker this afternoon is Dr. Dolores Martinez. Dr. Martinez, PhD, is the Director of Music Ministries at St. Mark the Evangelist Parish in San Antonio, in Texas. She has been a liturgist and musician team member with the North American Forum on the Catechumenate, a member of the National Association of Pastoral Musicians, and a past member of the Board of Directors of the Southwest Liturgical Conference. She received her PhD in Fine Arts and a Master of Music and Piano Performance from Texas Tech University. She has music published by Oregon Catholic Press, as well as articles in Liturgia y Canción, Pastoral Music Magazine, and the GIA Quarterly. Dr. Martinez.
Good afternoon. thought that the title for this institute was really a wonderful title. I have always loved this particular phrase from the third Eucharistic prayer of the liturgy. You never cease to gather a people to yourself, so that from the rising of the sun to its setting, a pure sacrifice may be offered to your name. Congregas a tu pueblo sin cesar, para que ofrezca en tu honor un sacrificio sin mancha, desde donde sale el sol hasta el ocaso. As a child, of course, you listen to these words in the liturgy and you never really ponder them in the way that they are meant to be prayed and pondered and realized in one's life. As I grew older and I became an adult, I began to pay close attention to the words of the liturgy. And I came to realize that somewhere in the world, the sun was either setting or rising and setting again at all times, and that collectively we raise our voice to God in praise, as the expression goes today, 24/7, in every nation and in every tongue. When I was invited to present this particular piece this afternoon, I was asked to speak to you from the perspective of contemporary Spanish and bilingual liturgical music in the Catholic tradition. What I'd like to set forth for you are a couple of cultural and theological factors that music ministers can consider either when composing for the liturgy or when working in a pastoral setting in music ministry, whether they're working with choirs or cantors or instrumentalists. Another question that I'd like to pose is, what is the task of the liturgical musician in composing for Spanish-only congregations, for bilingual communities, or for multilingual communities? Spanish hymnals and bilingual hymnals are now being published more widely in the Catholic Church here in the United States. If such a model is adopted, why would it be effective? And finally, I would like to examine some of the challenges of composing and performing liturgical music in Spanish today in the United States. Just to put it in a context, my parents were both born in Mexico. I am a first-generation American citizen. And I grew up, even in El Paso, Texas. My whole life, I prayed in Spanish. And my whole life, I sang in Spanish. And it wasn't really until I got to, I went to a Catholic school, and of course in school we sang the chant in Latin as well as singing more popular hymnody in English. But it wasn't until I became an adult that this really came to the fore for me. A little over 50 years ago, the Constitution on the Sacred Liturgy was promulgated by the Second Vatican Council. Article 118 of the Constitution tells us the people's own religious songs are to be encouraged with care, so that in sacred devotions, as well as during services of the liturgy itself, in keeping with rubrical norms and requirements, the faithful may raise their voices in song. Article 119 then continues, in certain parts of the world, especially in mission lands, people have their own musical traditions, and these play a great part in the religious and social life. Thus, in keeping with Articles 39 and 40, due importance is to be attached to their music and a suitable place given to it, not only in forming their attitude toward religion, but also in adapting worship to their native genius. Therefore, when missionaries are given training in music, every effort should be made to see that they become competent in promoting the traditional music of the people, both in schools and in sacred services, as far as may be practicable. The people of those mission lands are here. They have come to the United States, and they have brought their native genius with them. Immigrants of Hispanic descent should still be able to raise their voices in song with their own musical traditions. One writer, Kathleen Demney, who is the director of liturgy and music in Conroe, Texas, in the Galveston-Houston Archdiocese, in an article published in the Pastoral Music magazine of the National Association of Pastoral Musicians, recounts how in her first pastoral assignment, she was charged with creating a bilingual Triduum celebration. Not an easy task. She said, quote, "I learned that all people not only want, but need to experience worship in a way that means something to them, regardless of their cultural background," end quote. What led up to this aha moment for her was the result of her reflection on her own feelings as she did her work and ministry. She said that she found herself, quote, somewhat resentful in order to make room for the music of the Hispanic culture. She said, "I couldn't schedule all of the beloved and poignant music, which to me was the musical essence of Holy Week. I didn't know their music. It had no meaning to me. I didn't understand the words. It didn't provide me with that feeling that I wanted to experience during the Triduum." And from the comments that came from both sides of the fence afterward, I learned that I was not alone in that feeling, end quote. So as you can see from Kathleen's comments, the struggle is on both sides of trying to bring together two, maybe sometimes 3 or 4 or 5 distinct communities, because the value is that the Triduum is one celebration that everybody celebrates only once in a given community. That's the bigger value. Article 14 of the Constitution of the Sacred Liturgy tells us, quote, "The Church earnestly desires that all the faithful be led to that full, conscious, and active participation in liturgical celebrations called for by the very nature of the liturgy. Such participation by the Christian people as a chosen race, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's own people, is their right and duty by reason of their baptism." It continues, "This full and active participation by all the people is the aim to be considered before all else," end quote. Further in the Constitution, Article 30 then states, to promote this active participation, the people should be encouraged to take part by means of acclamations, responses, psalmody, antiphons, and songs, as well as by actions, gestures, and bearing, and at the proper times, all should observe a reverent silence, end quote. This has, Article 14 of the Constitution has always been a key paragraph of the Constitution in finding the ways that we can bring people into that full, active, and conscious participation by means of all those musical modes. In looking at the cultural factors that music ministers could take into consideration when undertaking a composition project, first of all, we use the term Hispanic as a very broad term to include many peoples, many cultures, many ethnicities. But at the same time that we use that word Hispanic, and we do include all cultures and ethnicities of Spanish-speaking countries, we also have to keep in mind that people from all these different cultures do not become a monolith. They still retain their uniqueness in their expression. As we find people from Spain to Mexico to Latin America and South America, as well as all of the Caribbean countries whose primary language is Spanish. We simply cannot lump them all together in their expression. Father Juan Sosa, who is a priest of Cuban descent in the Miami Archdiocese, wrote a book, One Voice, Many Cultures. And he states, quote, Hispanic Catholics in the United States constitute a composite of cultural traditions that, though rooted historically in the evangelization of the Americas by Spain, has developed over the centuries into unique characteristics, particularly, though not exclusively, in large urban centers, where representative families from Mexico, Central America, and South America, the Caribbean islands, and even Portugal and Spain have settled to become part of the larger, complex North American society, all without losing their unique cultural identity. End quote. Secondly, Hispanics come from a very broad, socioeconomically diverse background. And consequently, because of the different means afforded to people of different backgrounds, educationally, they are equally diverse. As a consequence of this educational diversity, some, of course, have more sophisticated tastes in things cultural, including musical tastes. So at the same time that we have some persons of any culture who are interested in, as we say, the music of Bach, Beethoven, and Brahms, there are those who are in the culture interested in good mariachi music. Another question that we might ask ourselves is the question of theological expression when composing music for liturgical use. In the Hispanic culture, there is a great prevalence of a personal relationship with God. You might hear expressions such as mi Dios. We personalize God, mi Dios. And take it a step further by saying mi Diosito, which some people say, isn't the suffix ito, ito, a diminutive suffix, as in hijo and hijito, my son and my little son? So are we not making God less by saying mi Diosito? And actually, the explanation of that use of the word is that by saying mi Diosito, it is simply a closer term of endearment that says the person feels that personal closeness to the Lord. And so sometimes, even in the language, we have to understand how these idiomatic expressions can be found in the language, that it shouldn't throw us in terms of how people express that closeness to the Lord. In Scripture, it is the psalmist who speaks in first person singular. And a lot of our music can have that same type of expression. One of the prolific composers from Spain, Father Cesario Gavarain of happy memory, wrote many lyrics in first person singular. It is not unusual to find this kind of expression, and yet, as people sing it, it doesn't reduce the church to a me and God mentality, because people do still realize that very communal nature of the expression. I'd like to just sing a little example of a song written by Father Cesario Gabarain. He wrote, Pescador de Hombres is a very familiar piece of music, Lord, when you came to the seashore. And he wrote that in a reflection of his call to ministry. Well, that one is very, very familiar, and it's been translated into many different languages around the world. But here's another example, and then I'll tell you in English, I'll retranslate back. Just one verse and one refrain. Yo siento tu voz muy dentro de mí, diciéndome ven, sígueme. Con gozo te doy las gracias, Jesús, y quiero decirte que sí. Sabiendo que tú me llamas, Señor, quiero decirte que sí. Con mis hermanos y en libertad, quiero decirte que sí. Con mis hermanos y en libertad, quiero decirte que sí. Knowing that I feel your voice deep within me, and I hear you call to me, come and follow me. With joy, I give you thanks, dear Jesus, and I want to say yes. Knowing that you have called me, Lord, I want to say yes. With my brothers and of my own free will, I want to say yes. So it is a response of a call to ministry that Father Gabarain wrote many, many years ago. This particular piece of music, of course, can be adapted to many different situations. And you heard in the introduction that was made that I have been a member of the North American Forum on the Catechumenate, which is an organization that recently ceased to exist. However, over the many 25, 30 years that we did the work of the catechumenate throughout the country, one of the rites that is called for is the rite of acceptance, which is the very first ritual celebrated by people who wish to enter into the Catholic faith through the sacraments of initiation. And the very first public ritual, the rite of acceptance, calls them to make their initial yes to the Lord. And so this particular piece of music could even be thematic to a person hearing the call of the Lord in their life for the first time. Something else to remember, excuse me. Another thing that we need to remember compositionally is that, as with the English-speaking church, there are diversity, not just among the cultures within this group of people we call Hispanic, but there is the diversity of ages. The young Hispanic church as compared to the church of our elders. And new music needs to be composed for the youth of the day without losing the treasury of the hymns that we grew up with. One of the hymns that I remember as a child and is still sung today is called Tu Reinarás. Is there anybody out there that knows that particular hymn? I'd like to sing for Tu Reinarás just one of the verses and then translate it back to you once again. This particular piece of music is in a march style, and it was written by, I can hardly see the print, Francisco Javier Moreau. Tu reinarás, este es el grito que ardente exhala nuestra fe. Tu reinarás, oh Rey bendito, pues tú dijiste reinaré. Reine Jesús por siempre, reine su corazón, en nuestra patria y nuestro suelo, que es de María. march style in this particular. It's almost a nationalistic piece of music. And what's interesting about this piece of music is that it is written to Christ the King. You will reign, Christ the King. And yet the role of Mary is brought into this particular piece of music as well. In our patria, which is our nation, our country, on this soil, a soil that belongs to Mary. All right? And so it concludes that way. At the same time, praising Christ as King, and yet including the mother in that piece of music. I'd like to quote once again from Father Juan Sosa as he talks about a theological factor in persons undertaking composition projects. Father Sosa says, quote, "The church, the ecclesia, the gathering of believers and witnesses of Jesus Christ, invites us to profess one faith in a personal and historical God who journeys with us and dwells among us. The church challenges us to preach with our own voices, melodies, and rhythms the message of salvation to a pluralistic and diverse assembly. Called by Jesus, and each of us as oriented to grow in him, together we become church, and in the church and for the church, though not exclusively, does our ministry exist and develop." End quote. Today, there's a better balance in the language. There is more awareness in the Hispanic community of praying as a community. There is more awareness of the nosotros as the praying church than perhaps there was before. There is still, as I said, that personal, first-person singular expression of a relationship with God. Another aspect of the Hispanic spirituality, which is part of the theological expression, is that there is a great amount of a penitential spirituality among Hispanics. In the Eucharistic liturgy, when we're called to make choices about what will be sung in a given celebration and what will not be sung in a given celebration, many times you will find in Hispanic communities that there is a focus to go to the penitential rite as being sung, and to going to the Lamb of God as being sung, and to going to the Lord's Prayer as being sung, while those really are not the primary musical elements that are called for in the liturgy. And yet those are the things that draw their heart into the liturgy. To sing the Lord have mercy, to sing the Lamb of God, to sing the Lord's Prayer. So in their heart, they still see themselves as a people in need of forgiveness, a people in need of repentance and repair. Another element to remember in the culture, the Hispanic culture, the Hispanic church, is that this is a people who has many great celebrations that are called popular piety. Just to give you one example of popular piety is the novena called Las Posadas, which is held during Advent. Is anyone here familiar with Las Posadas? Oh, many of you are. It's a wonderful tradition in which Mary and Joseph make their way for 9 evenings, knocking on the doors in the neighborhood and asking for shelter on the imminent birth of the child. And for 8 of those nights, they are rejected. And on the 9th night, they're welcomed into the church and brought straight to the manger where the child is then born and laid. And there is a ritual for that too. There's a lot of music that has been written for these particular kinds of celebrations. And yet we might say, well, that's where the people are. That is the only faith expression they know. But what's interesting about popular devotions and popular piety is that they in fact do flow from the liturgy and lead the people right back into the liturgy. So it's an ebb and a flow that goes in and out of the liturgy in each of those popular devotions that they celebrate. A couple of items that I'd like to mention in terms of the task of the liturgical musician when composing for Spanish only or bilingual or multilingual communities. The first thing to remember is that we are not just musicians. We are liturgical musicians. And we are writing music whose texts are either taken directly from the liturgy or from sacred scripture. And these compositions are meant to complement either the liturgy or reinforce the scriptural message as proclaimed from the Sunday lectionary in particular. I would say that one of our challenges is to be well-formed in our faith. This includes a strong knowledge of liturgy in all of its forms. And because liturgy is ultimately about the Paschal Mystery must be at the heart of our liturgical expressions through music. Once again, quoting Father Sosa, quote, "Music in Catholic worship is an instrumental symbol, never intended for dominance, but for support. Music, however, does not only evoke in worshipers a deeper reality, but also places them in touch with the same reality that has gathered them together. In liturgy, of course, this reality is the Paschal Mystery, the process of dying and rising in Jesus that we have all embraced from the moment of our baptism, that we celebrate continually in our pilgrimage to the Father," end quote. He goes on to say, "The embrace between the Word and the world's cultures defines the nature of our Catholic community and simultaneously challenges us to preserve our unity in faith while celebrating the blessings of the Spirit in diverse forms," end quote. Composers should ask themselves, what are our images of God and how will these be expressed? What is our theology of Eucharist collectively and my theology of Eucharist individually? And how is this being expressed? How does liturgy lead us to do the work of peace and justice in our world? How does the liturgy lead us to be the body of Christ in the world? If you have the gift of composition, but you don't consider yourself good in liturgy, perhaps that's an area that you need to focus on and partner with somebody, do some studying, do some deepening for yourself. In the same manner, if you are a good composer of music, but poor with texts, then you should partner with a good poet, a good writer. And so we need to continue to encourage and raise poets who write absolutely beautiful texts in Spanish. Or we need to find excellent translators who understand the intricacies of the language and who are then able to take that and put it into a poetic form that marries the musical composition. If you're going to use the language, then know the language. True. I've seen it happen. I've read it. I've tried to sing it, and it doesn't always work. It doesn't always work because, as many have mentioned up to this point, the accent is on the wrong syllable. And the agagic accent of the text does not fit, of course, the musical accent in the composition. A number of years ago, I was on an editorial committee that worked on the bilingual hymnal published by GIA Publications. There were 3 of us on this particular committee: a priest who happens to be a liturgist, a musician, a theologian, an amazing scholar, and Anglo. His command of the Spanish language amazed me. He had a book knowledge and not so much of a fluency in speaking, but was incredible in trying to find the exact turn of phrase, the exact precise word to fit into the poetic structure. There was a woman religious who was born in Mexico and lives and works in, or has retired now, but lived and worked in San Antonio, teaching liturgy and culture at the Mexican American Cultural Center, which is now the Mexican American Catholic College. She was an expert in language, in grammar, both spoken and written, but she was not a musician in the least. And so oftentimes she would come up with a great phrase in terms of poetry or text, and it would in no way fit the music that had already been composed. And then there was me, fluent both in speaking and in writing, fluent in music, and having worked in liturgy for a number of years. I learned more vocabulary in those couple of years that we worked together, and I often would joke that the hymnal should be published with a glossary in the back. I'll say a little bit more about bilingual music as I get further down. Father Sosa, again in his book, One Voice, Many Cultures, says, quote, "We have been challenged by the liturgical reform to learn to speak the language of God and church, and done with language in the liturgy. Do we translate and express texts in the language of tourists, intellectuals, and strangers? Or have we learned to promote in our celebrations the language of pilgrims, a language that leads its listeners to experience the salvific presence of God in history and to long for that presence in sacramental signs? What about music? Where does it belong? Perhaps if we learn to sing in one another's vernacular, we may finally begin to know and love one another better." End quote. Another thing that composers could be reminded of is to ask the question, who is in front of you? What inspired your writing? As I said, we need both beautifully poetic text as well as the simple text. We need the rhythmically complex as well as the rhythmically simple. I'd like to give you just quickly a snippet of a song. This one tends to be on the simple side. This is from the bilingual hymnal. This is what it looks like. Oramos cantando, we pray in song, that GIA published. And the name of this song is Demos Gracias. Just so you know what's in this particular hymnal, some songs existed first in English and were translated into Spanish. Other songs existed first in Spanish and were translated into English. This is one that existed first in Spanish. Very, very simple melody. Demos gracias al Señor, demos gracias al Señor. Demos gracias al Señor, demos gracias al Señor. En la mañana que se levanta, el día canta, yo canto al Creador. En la mañana que se levanta, el día canta y yo canto al Creador. And then the refrain is repeated. So, just so you know, this comes from a very simple heart, a very simple melody, and yet is so popular with the people. Just about out of time. Okay. Oh my. Okay. All right. Well, let me just then, he just said the whole session is about out of time. So let me just say a few words about hymnals. This is going to be rather quick. This hymnal was put together with the explicit idea of uniting two cultural communities, two worshiping communities into one. Sometimes these pieces of music work, but what is needed to make them work is a leadership that can bring people into that participation. Because to take a song that was written first in English and translate it, even though it's well translated into Spanish, does not necessarily speak to the heart of the Hispanic person. And by the same token, the reverse can be said from English into Spanish. Now, if a case can be made for the text that is being sung, often the two communities can become one when it is well performed and the text is convincing. So it can be successful. The only thing that I would tell you, and probably many of you already know this, a lot of times Hispanics are, I hate to say this, but they are afraid of the written music in your average parish community. And to go to such a great expense as to get a hymnal that has every note of every song printed in it might at some point be spending too much money until you can move that community further down the road. On the other hand, when you put the music in front of them and they begin to see it, that in itself begins to teach. So that would be my position. I've tried it, it works. I just want to mention, just to be fair, Oregon Catholic Press, of course, has put out a series. This is the third of a series, third edition of Flor y Canto. And this one is primarily Spanish, and it has some bilingual, some that includes Latin as well as English. Okay? And so these are probably the two most popular and currently the most used hardbound hymnals in the Hispanic Catholic Church of North America. There is so much richness in our culture, and yet we still have so far to go. But we must always remember that we should always raise a voice in our language, in our culture, from the heart, so that from east to west, that perfect offering could be made. Thank you.
Well, ideally, we would take time. We can take one question, and I'll take the privilege. Why can we take one question? No. No, ideally, I mean, mostly you're going to be on your own to talk with the presenters about the very rich presentations you've heard. But, all right, we'll entertain one question. You got it. Make it a good one. Come and use the mic.
Does the Catholic Church in the United States train composers the way they seem to be getting trained in the Eastern Church, at least by one person at one seminary? Is that happening anywhere, that they're being liturgically training? Good composers, good composition, good training to do liturgical music, rather. Is it happening on an intentional level?
Is it happening on an intentional level?
Yeah, at a seminary or anywhere that there's this program.
We got the question. Unfortunately, there's no time to answer the question. Well, I mean, all of you, certainly are involved in this.
My impression, I can't compare East and West because I don't know what it's like in the East, but in the West, however centralized the Roman Church is, it's still quite complex with different religious orders and somewhat independent colleges and universities. So I would say there's a culture of encouraging good composition that's in a lot of places. It's in the documents and all of that. But the reality on the ground, it would be very scattered and very mixed. And the U.S. Catholic Church has so many different ethnic groups and so many different currents and so many different movements that, any of us could point to lots of things that are happening in the U.S. Catholic Church, but it would vary widely in its level and its approach and its style. So there's no centralized office getting everyone on the same page.
And then Professor Bailey, you taught composition for many years at St. Vlad, so.
Right. Although, in a sense, the teaching of composition per se, as opposed to just more broadly liturgical music training, is still fairly specialized in the Orthodox Church as well. And I think particularly to North America, because of some of the factors that we face that we hear are common to the West as well, the multiculturalism, the many heritage, the many styles. How does one deal with that? How does one reconcile that within a multicultural parish, which more and more Orthodox churches are becoming? What sort of methodology is out there? If one just relies on music, then one is going to make competition out of musical style and pit one against the other, which is why with my work, we focus really on the liturgical question first and make that the primary factor, and then the music has an objective that's already been determined and has taken all these other things into account. That is something that's kind of particular to a view I've developed and worked on, and is taking place in workshops mostly around the country as well, but mostly in North America.
In the functional role of music in liturgy, I found a very interesting emphasis this afternoon. Please, anything else? Okay. So I have lots of questions, and I'm going to ask them afterwards. I hope you will as well. We have a 15-minute break. Nick, anything else?
We're not done yet, so don't go home. In your program in the back, there's a map. So we will reconvene here at 2:45 for Antonio Alonso's workshop on composing and evaluating music for worship. You're all certainly invited to attend that workshop. But I just wanted to let you know that at 4:15, there will be a shuttle available for those of you who would like to go to Vespers tonight in the Roman tradition, which will be sung by Capella Romana. If you want to you can certainly walk to the chapel, but if you don't want to walk, you can take the shuttle, which will be just outside there, beginning at 4:15. That same shuttle will be available to take people tomorrow morning for the Orthodox memorial service of Panihida at 8:15. All right, so you might have to wait your turn, but that shuttle will be available to you if you don't want to walk to the chapel. If you would like, pardon me?
It'll also take you back.
Thank you. It'll also take you back. And on the same vein, you could also drive and look. I think we said that Sacred Heart Chapel is about G2 on the map in the back if you don't know where it is. So you might be able to find a parking spot there. And keeping in mind that parking is free tomorrow. Parking is free tomorrow. So we'll take a brief break and we will reconvene at 2:45 with thanks again for begin the process of starting our final session for the day before we have worship at 4:45 in the chapel. This is a little bit something new for the Huffington Institute, where we're moving a little bit from the academic to the more practical. Certainly, this will be an academic session, but it's designed so that the idea that's behind these workshops, and this is the first of 3, the other 2 will be tomorrow, is so that you can take something home with you and be able to apply it in some way. And it is my distinct pleasure to introduce someone who's well known to many of you, an alumnus of Loyola Marymount University, Antonio Alonso, who is now a PhD student at Emory University. Everyone knows that Tony is one of the most prominent voices in contemporary liturgical music, having published several collections of music which appear in compilations and hymnals throughout the world. This is the second time that he's presented for the Huffington Institute, so when we say that he's a frequent presenter at conferences and events across North America and Europe, we're saying that from experience. We know that. In terms of Tony's prodigious abilities, you can read his bio in the program, but I just wanted to share a personal experience that I had with Tony in one of the very first event that I planned once I became the permanent director of the Huffington Institute. And that was when we sang an Orthodox memorial service with a student choir. And I was simply blown away by Tony's ability with very limited time to form and prepare a choir that authentically sang with great diction and fidelity to the musical tradition, the responses in English to the Orthodox Panihida or memorial service, which when you're used to driving stick or you're used to driving manual or automatic and then you put a stick is just not the easiest thing to do, and that to me is an example of his prodigious ability. And I'm going to stop talking now so that you can hear from the expert, Tony Alonso. Please help.
It's funny you mentioned that experience, Nick, because just a few months ago, a student wrote me, once in a while, a student writes you something that, shaped them in some way, and it's always a meaningful thing. And they specifically mentioned singing at that prayer event down at the end of U-Haul as one of the most meaningful things that they were a part of. And so it's really wonderful that you remember that to me. When Nick asked me to do this, he asked me to talk about composing music for worship, which I do a fair amount of, but I was a little leery because I didn't think like there would be a ton of composers in the room. So I kind of just tacked on there and evaluating music for worship. And I'm going to talk about composition, at least some of the things that guide my own liturgical composition, but I'm going to try to talk about it in a way that those of you who don't compose but do evaluate music for your communities might find helpful. And I've just started using Prezi a little while ago, so this is a little bit of an experiment. I don't recommend experimenting with, like this in this kind of forum, but I'm going to do it anyway. In his brief study from sacred song to ritual music, Michael Jonkis begins his investigation of a variety of ecclesial documents about music with this rather humorous reflection from Annie Dillard. So here are Annie's words. There is a singing group in this Catholic church today, a singing group which calls itself Wildflowers. The lead is a tall, square-jawed teenage boy, buoyant and glad to be here. He carries a guitar. He plucks out a little bluesy riff and hits some chords. With him are the rest of the Wildflowers. There is an old woman, wonderfully determined. This isn't actually the Wildflowers, by the way. This is just a Google image. She has long orange hair and is dressed country and western style. A long embroidered strap around her neck slings a big western guitar low over her pelvis. Beside her stands a frail, withdrawn 14-year-old boy and a large Chinese man in his 20s who seems to want to enjoy himself but is not quite sure how to. He looks around wildly as he sings and shuffles his feet. There is also a very tall teenaged girl, presumably the lead singer's girlfriend. She is delicate of feature, half serene and half petrified, a wispy soprano. They straggle out in front of the altar and teach us a brand new hymn. It all seems a pity at first, for I have overcome a fiercely anti-Catholic upbringing in order to attend Mass simply and solely to escape Protestant guitars. Why am I here? Who gave these nice Catholics guitars? Why are they not mumbling in Latin and performing superstitious rituals? What is the Pope thinking of? In a sense, what Jonkis does is trace how Annie Dillard came to have this experience. He tries to explain who gave these nice Catholic guitars and what the Pope might have been thinking of. Reviewing several papal, conciliar, curial, and bishops' conference documents, he considers questions such as, what is Roman Catholic worship music? What is its purpose? What are its qualities? Who sings it? Who plays it? And what becomes clear as one reads through these various documents and his analysis of them is the diverse ways in which they approach many of these questions. And of course, this mirrors and is perhaps even the reason why we have so many debates about styles of music today. I think John Vitfleet has rightly noted that when we come to talk about music for worship, we come for three reasons: to be affirmed in our own views, to convince others of our well-founded positions, or to amass more ammunition to do that better in the future. In other words, as a preacher friend of mine says, if you can't say amen, say ouch. In other words, we often come into such conversation with our minds made up. In fact, the passionate battles, wars, arguments, whatever you want to call them, around musical styles or preferences even for individual songs or individual publishers or individual composers. Holy Spirit. That buzz is going to drive me crazy. What did I do? It's on my computer. It's always amazing to me how the church carried on for almost 2,000 years without sound systems. And then it's like paralyzing when something goes wrong. Amen, sister. Amen. This reminds me, I used to work here. I was the director of music for the chapel. And anytime something goes wrong with the sound system, for some reason they always look to the music minister. I should have gotten a degree in sound technology. We're descending, Kat. We're descending rapidly. Now that I've drawn your attention to the buzz, it might drive you crazy, but I can continue. But anyway, we get into these arguments, these debates, these wars so passionately that it can seem sometimes like we're, debating the nature of the Trinity at the Council of Nicaea to outsiders, or some other central theological claim. But of course, these debates aren't particularly new, even though it can sometimes seem like it. Consider perhaps what might have been a 3rd century blogger, Arnobius, talking like this. That's Arnobius there done. Was it for this that he sent souls, that as members of a holy and dignified race they practice here the arts of music and piping, that in blowing on the tibia they puff out their cheeks, and so forth, under the influence of which a great multitude of other lascivious souls abandon themselves to bizarre movements of the body, dancing and singing, forming rings of dancers and ultimately raising their buttocks and hips to sway with the rippling motion of their loins.
Twerking.
What was that?
Twerking.
Yeah, twerking, exactly. And of course, one need look no further than many of the emerging liturgical blogs today to see contemporary articulations like this. No matter where you go to Mass on Sunday in the United States, it's difficult to escape the music of Marty Haugen and David Haas. I, for one, am sick and tired of hearing their banal ditties everywhere. And in desperation, I have founded this Society for a Moratorium of the Music of Marty Haugen and David Haas, or SMMMHDH for short. The Society is awaiting pontifical approval from the Holy See. That is the founder of the now disbanded Society for a Moratorium of the Music of Marty Haugen and David Haas. And apparently people even have time to make memes Not even I would leak Marty Haugen lyrics, says Edward Snowden. Now, the purpose of my workshop is not to wade into these debates, into the so-called music wars that Margot is trying to not take a position in. And it might seem like an odd way to get into this conversation about composing and evaluating music for worship. But I find that they're incredibly informative, because undergirding many of these conversations is often not simply a debate about musical taste, but a clash in how people understand the primary function of music in worship. And of course, music can and does function in all sorts of ways. But I thought it would be helpful for me to come clean about my approach from the outset to explain what I can and cannot do in our brief time together today. So before I offer some of the things to which I think those who discern music for worship and those who compose it need to be attentive, I think it's important to quickly, especially for those of you who are not Roman Catholic, to ground what I'm going to say in some authority higher than myself. So, very quickly, stuff you kind of heard already today. Of course, my work as a music minister and a composer is guided and inspired by the Constitution on Sacred Liturgy. That full, conscious, and active participation that they say is to be sought above all else. And this, I won't read it all. This is what the Constitution has to say directly to composers. Composers filled with the Christian spirit should feel that their vocation is to cultivate sacred music and increase its store of treasures. Let them produce compositions which have the qualities proper to genuine sacred music, not confining themselves to works which can be sung only by large choirs, but providing also for the needs of small choirs and for the active participation of the entire assembly of the faithful. The texts intended to be sung must always be in conformity with Catholic doctrine. Indeed, they should be drawn chiefly from Holy Scripture and from other liturgical sources. There is, of course, a lot here, and in many ways it's broad enough to allow for plenty of interpretation, and it has been. But I want to pull out two phrases that I want to focus our limited time here today. And that's the ending part of this, providing also for the active participation of the entire assembly of the faithful, and that they should be drawn, the text should be drawn chiefly from Holy Scripture and from other liturgical sources. And I want to focus on these because, not only because they have guided my own work in my vocation as a composer, but I also do because I think a lot of work still needs to be done here. While there is an abundance of music for choirs, praise bands, folks groups, virtuosic soloists, and so forth, I really believe there is comparatively little music that has been composed in the last 50 years since the Second Vatican Council, which is really vitally and intensely focused on these 2 points. Note I said comparatively. There's not no music. I don't want to be overdramatic. But I think comparatively there's not much, and I'll get back to that. Flowing from the Constitution on Sacred Liturgy, something invaluable to my own compositional development and my own evaluation of liturgical music and my evaluation of my own contribution as a composer has been, of course, these 3 helpful judgments from the USCCB document, Sing to the Lord. I'll go back first. Sing to the Lord says this: in judging the appropriateness of music for the liturgy, one will examine its liturgical, pastoral, and musical qualities. Ultimately, however, these 3 judgments are but aspects of one evaluation, which answers the questions: is this particular piece of music appropriate for this use in this particular liturgy? All 3 judgments must be considered together, and no individual judgment can be applied in isolation of the other 2. First, the liturgical judgment invites the question: is this composition capable of meeting the structural and textual requirements set forth by the liturgical books for this particular rite? Sing to the Lord notes that the liturgical judgment demands a consideration of the elements of the rite itself, the balance among various liturgical elements so that less important elements do not overshadow more important ones, and that the textual elements of a particular piece include the ability of a musical setting to support the liturgical text, and to convey meaning faithful to the teaching of the church. Second, the pastoral judgment takes into consideration the actual community gathered to celebrate in a particular place at a particular time. It asks the question, does a musical composition promote the sanctification of the members of the liturgical assembly by drawing them closer to the holy mysteries being celebrated? Does it strengthen their formation in faith by opening their hearts to the mystery being celebrated on this occasion or in this season? Is it capable of expressing the faith that God has planted in their hearts and summoned them to celebrate? This section, of course, acknowledges the diversity of liturgical assemblies in the United States today, stating that factors such as age, culture, language, and education must also be considered. Further, it suggests that forms or compositions used will often depend on the ways in which a particular group finds it easiest to join their hearts and minds to the liturgical action. The authors are concerned that the experience of a particular assembly be carefully considered, lest forms of musical expression that are often alien to their way of worshiping be introduced precipitously. We heard some of those concerns in the last session, especially with Dolores's comments. Finally, the musical judgment invites us to consider whether this composition has the necessary aesthetic qualities that can bear the weight of the mysteries celebrated in the liturgy. It asks the question, is this composition technically, aesthetically, and expressively worthy? Anthony, what's the answer to that question? Can we answer it? That's some of the things that he was trying to raise today. Yeah, maybe this is the answer. Say it to the video camera. Sing to the Lord insists that this judgment requires musical competency and that only artistically sound music will be effective and endure over time. To admit to the liturgy the cheap, the trite, or the musical cliche often found in secular pop songs is to cheapen the liturgy, to expose it to ridicule, and to invite failure. There are some tensions here. This section draws a distinction between style and artistic expression, arguing that the church has not adopted any particular style of art as her own. She has admitted styles from every period in keeping with natural characteristics and conditions of peoples and the needs of the various rites. But of course, as Anthony told us today, there are some tensions there too, because at the same time it does privilege Gregorian chant and Western European musical expressions. So all of this leads to me today to a kind of a narrowing of our conversation. And what I want to talk about specifically is ritual music, as distinguished from the broader category of sacred song. Sing to the Lord says this: the ritual dimension of sacred music refers to those ways in which it is connected with the liturgical action, so that it accords with the structure of the liturgy and expresses the shape of the rite. The musical setting must allow the rite to unfold with, the proper participation of the assembly and its ministers, without overshadowing the words and action of the liturgy. And I want to focus on ritual music in light of the Constitution and these three judgments, because it is striking how infrequently one experiences music, regardless of style or quality, which reflects these judgments in any clear way in actual pastoral practice. For instance, music which lacks any obvious connection to the scriptures of the day or the imagery of the liturgical season. Musical forms which highlight the choral ensemble, organist, praise band, or soloist, while the role of the assembly is at best an afterthought during liturgical rites which by their very nature demand their participation. Or music in a variety of styles which is too elaborated for any untrained musician to sing. In fact, there's an incredible irony here for many people who advocate for popular musical expressions to the exclusion of other types of music, because often that is becoming so elaborated in another way that it's very difficult for people to participate in any vital way. And we'll get into the question of the form of such songs as well. Instead, discussion about Roman Catholic music has often moved away from liturgical rites, the demands of liturgical rites, and has instead largely centered around musical style, or at times even more narrowly, personal preferences. My hope today is to move beyond debates about style to a more vigorous evaluation of how composers and those of us who discern music for our communities might go about our work. And I want to frame my thoughts today in terms of a set of things to which we as composers or those who discern music for our community must be attentive. You might also say responsibilities. First, those who compose music must be attentive to the rites. Sacred music is to be considered the more holy in proportion as it is more closely connected with the liturgical action. The primary responsibility of a liturgical composer is not to a composer, a musical genre, or even a heritage of sacred music, but to the work of people seeking to respond ritually to the divine beauty which sang them into being. An evaluation of liturgical music in light of this responsibility invites a deeper discernment of the diversity of actions which take place during worship, and the ways in which music's function differs dependent upon the particular demands of a liturgical rite. I often have the wonderful privilege of working with young liturgical composers, and often when they bring in compositions for me to review, it becomes very quickly that it is inspired from a deeply personal and profound faith experience, which is of course wonderful and to be celebrated and even encouraged. But composing ritual music for liturgy requires much more than inspiration, and even much more than musical excellence. It requires a deep understanding of the history and structure of the liturgy. Ritual music is always at the service of the liturgy. The many musical elements of a particular piece, its form, tempo, length, and melody must all take into account the demands of the rite. And my concern is that much of the music that has been composed in the last 50 years in the so-called folk or popular style is refrain verse, wherein the assembly might chime in on an 8-measure refrain while a cantor sings a 16-bar verse. My issue is not of musical quality in judging this. It's what kind of forms are kind of dominating parish life. Much of the music that has been written in the so-called classical style has focused on hymnody, which does not often serve liturgical rites, such as a communion procession. And so I really think liturgical composers in all styles would do well to be more attentive to the demands of a particular rite. Did you hand out the handouts? Would you mind doing that? That'd be great, thank you. I want to share along the way a couple of the ways that I have tried to be more attentive to the question of form, to try to be more attentive to the dialogical nature of our liturgy, to try to be more attentive to music that does not allow the cantor to rob the assembly of its voice. If you take a look at the piece called Gather Us in Mercy, Lord, this is a piece that emerged out of I and my colleague Gabe Huck looking very intentionally at the gathering right at the community of which we were a part in Chicago, in looking for something that could gather us without any need of printed participation aids so that we could move together through the procession, and that would draw on the imagery of the season and of the scriptures of the day week by week. And so part of this work has been really committing to looking at different forms of singing and whenever possible drawing on melodies that are part of the tradition. Gather us in mercy, Lord. Gather us in mercy, Lord. From the depths we cry to you. From the depths we cry to you. Training gospel ways to see. Gather us in mercy, Lord. Gospel ways to do and be. From the depths we cry to you. Keeping Lent in body, soul. Gather us in mercy, Lord. Straining daily toward the goal. From the depths we cry to you. Eager now to run our race. Gather us in mercy, Lord. Every fiber grasps for grace. From the depths we cry to you. Everywhere that sin abounds. Gather us in mercy, Lord. God with grace can wrap us round. From the depths we cry to you. Tree of life, O saving cross. Gather us in mercy, Lord. Christ our life, all else is lost. From the depths we cry to you. So week by week we would sing this as we gathered, and there's of course parts for the choir that elaborate harmonically on what the assembly is singing. But one of the many things it does, and I alluded to this, is prevents the cantor from being able to usurp the voice of the assembly, because it's very difficult to sing. Train in gospel ways to see, gather us in, much like it's hard to sing, Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us. It requires the back and forth of ritual song, right? It just demands it. And I think that this can be done in a variety of styles more effectively. And one of my great delights would be to work with people in a variety of styles and ask them to bring to bear their own particular musical skills, and their own particular musical idiom, more music that recovers this sense of dialogical singing, music that is more attentive to the rites. If you take a look at a song called Call to the Supper of the Lamb, it's another piece that emerged out of trying to be attentive to a liturgical rite. This actually I wrote here when I worked at Loyola Marymount. And one of the reasons I wrote it is because the beautiful tune, Pange Lingua Gloriosi, I wanted to introduce it, or I wanted to sing it for Holy Thursday, of course, but I found that many of the students had never heard it before. And I wanted to find a way, because I just think that's such a hauntingly beautiful song, something worth knowing. So I tried to adapt it in such a way that I could kind of get it into their bones, so that when we went to sing it after the transfer of the Eucharist in the Blessed Sacraments, we could sing it a cappella and it would be, in their hearts. Because the first time I tried to do it, it utterly fell flat on its face, and it was hard for me to carry that. So this is one way of being attentive to that. This is for Holy Thursday, the communion rite, which leads into the procession, which leads into the adoration. You can join in if you like. there's a refrain that can be sung then in procession as well. Blessed are we, blessed to be called, called to keep vigil with the Lord. Come, let us watch and pray, come, let us adore, preparing for his passion to come. So just some of the ways, again, not so much focusing on whether or not you like the music, but focusing on the ways in which I think a variety of styles could be effective in doing this and being more attentive to the liturgical rites themselves, rather than simply trying to find music to fill slots in the liturgy. So attentive to the rites. My notes. Oh, and I wanted to add that I think being attentive to music, like from the Jizé community and from other cultures from across the world, can help us enlarge our imagination of ritual music forms as well. They have been helpful to me at least. Next, liturgical composers and those who evaluate music must be attentive to the word. Textual elements include the ability of a musical setting to support the liturgical text and to convey meaning faithful to the teaching of the church. One person said to me in a workshop that on his door, a music minister has the sign that he is a minister of word and music, and I think there's something very right about that. For composers, I think this means always beginning with the words, first of all. Whether it is scripture or setting one of the common liturgical texts, just as the ritual action shapes the musical form, the text must shape and inform the melody and the rhythm. When you begin with the melody or a harmonic pattern, it can often result in a composition in which the text is weakened or distorted through poor word stress. Dolores mentioned it in Spanish today, but it often happens in a lot of music, even in people's own language. Poor word stress or alteration of the words. And I think this is powerfully evident for anyone who has worshipped in Roman Catholic communities over the last 2 years as we've tried to implement a new missal. Those settings that were retrofitted, that people knew well, that had been set for a particular text, and then people went to go back and try and rewrite it. I think you probably, most people, I think, would agree with me that that didn't really work very effectively. Trying to have a community sing, "Holy, holy, holy, Lord God of hosts." It's still done. But it's precisely, and I'm not, Marty Haugen is a good friend of mine, I'm not meaning to pick on him, but I do think, when you are trying to fit words retroactively into a tune you've already formed, you're not really serving the text, right? You're trying to serve the melody first, and I think that's a problem. But serving the word also means that we must be grounded in the lectionary. Ritual music is always at the service of the word as it is proclaimed from week to week, from season to season. We who are music ministers must not only know the rhythm of the lectionary, we must also pray with them, read commentaries, and be attentive to emerging patterns and connections over the course of many Sundays. As Marty has said, composers shouldn't construct a song from a single verse of scripture, and I think he says this out of an experience of having done that himself over many years. And I think it's one thing that was unfortunate in those first years after the council. If you look at some of the songs of the Jesuits and others, where there are like 6 different text citations from different books of the Bible, where people just grabbed a line from here and grabbed a line from there and everywhere else. And I think the hopeful sign for me is that composers, I think, are being more attentive to scriptural context and not just kind of pulling lines as suits them. But the word doesn't exist for us to edit. It exists for us to proclaim in its entirety. And of course, music affects words. Anyone who has ever spoken the words of the Happy Birthday song know that there's a big difference between singing it and speaking it. And I did a workshop last summer with Michael Jonkis and Marty Haugen, and we tried to be attentive to psalm settings. And we kind of came up with these, they kind of overlap, and there's no clear distinction between them, but some of the ways in which compositional settings of psalms may either just simply present the words as a very simple chant might do, although it's arguable that it might be doing other things as well. An illumination of the words, perhaps being attentive to certain phrases and highlighting, say an ascending phrase like "let us go up to the house of the Lord" or something, and seeing a melodic phrase that goes up. An enrichment or deepening of the words, and then even, of course, a subversion of the words, which sometimes may be intentional and sometimes often is not. So I thought it'd be a fun little practice to look at Psalm 90 and kind of imagine how we might approach this. It's kind of hard to see, but I'm sure this group already knows Psalm 90 by heart, right? Good. Very briefly, Psalm 90, a community laments, beginning with concern for the brevity of human life, and then moving into the way in which our lives fade away because of God's wrath. We are sinful and God is angry. Then there is a petitionary lament, asking God to restore our joy. It's overall a prayer of trust. Human life is fleeting. God is our refuge through all generations. I'm not offering a huge exegesis on Psalm 90, but that's the sense of it. It's a community lament, okay? Lord, you have been our dwelling place in all generations. Before the mountains were brought forth, or ever you had formed the earth and the world, from everlasting to everlasting, you are God. Now, after just having talked about form, I'm going to ask you to throw out that conversation for the moment. And I just want you to be attentive to the music of these various settings that I found and can access via YouTube for free. And consider how these settings of Psalm 90 might be a presentation of the words, an illumination of the words, an enrichment of the words, or a subversion of the words, or all of them, or none of them.
children, oh children of men, for 1,000 years in your sight are as yesterday. Now that it is past, or as I watch until night.
One more. Oh, it's like echo. It's like purgatory. So there's such a diversity of ways in which Psalm 90 has been set, and I'm not suggesting that any of those are necessarily, they may be for liturgical use, but I just was more focusing on the way in which music of one psalm can be varied so widely, and how often both composers and those who select music are not as attentive to the actual textual concerns as they might otherwise be. Often the decision is made just based on a particular style preference, or you happen to like that particular tune. And I think that being a music minister is a lot like being a good preacher, in the sense that if you're going to preach on the word, you probably shouldn't completely subvert the word, unless there's some really great reason to do that for a point. My fear is that a lot of people just do it on default. They sit with a text, and they perhaps, when the antiphon is "Fill us with your love, O Lord, and we will sing for joy," just looking at that phrase alone, without looking at the rest of the psalm, might suggest a particular character that's not necessarily textually accurate. Third, liturgical musicians, composers, so forth, have a responsibility to be attentive to the human voice. From Sing to the Lord. Of all the sounds of which human beings created in the image and likeness of God are capable, voice is the most privileged and fundamental. Musical instruments in the liturgy are best understood as an extension of and support to the primary liturgical instrument, which is the human voice. Or as Aidan Kavanaugh said, the human voice is the premier musical instrument in liturgical worship. Liturgical musicians have a responsibility to develop expertise in the primary medium with which they work. And the primary medium with which liturgical musicians work is the human voice, the untrained human voice, I might add. The commitment of a Christian artist to his or her medium emerges through a gradually acquired knowledge of both its potential and its constraints, says Nicholas Walterstorff. Glad to hear him get a shout out earlier today. Yet in the creation and implementation of liturgical music, the organ, the piano, the guitar is frequently foregrounded in such a way that the voice of the assembly is relegated to the background. While the artistic excellence of instrumentalists playing for the glory of God should be celebrated and in no way diminished by this responsibility, the work of liturgical musicians must not merely consist in mastering one's own instrument. Instead, a more adequate emphasis must be placed on the work of mastering the medium of the untrained human voice, which comprises the community to which liturgical musicians are responsible. Practically, this means a couple of important things for composers, and by extension, those of us who evaluate music for worship. First, many people who write music do so for liturgy, do so at an instrument. For instance, I write at the piano. Yet the singing assembly does not have a piano in front of them. They have simply their voice. To me, it becomes clear quite quickly when I teach a song to an assembly, which is natural to the human voice versus one I have devised in some other way. This is why it's important to get away from the piano for me, to go for a walk, to sit with a melody for several days and sit with it in my voice and see how it changes. Second, it also means when I do teach a song to a community, I always do it a cappella to be attentive to their response. Where did they falter? Where was it strong? And constantly evaluating that. That does not mean simply, oh, they didn't get that, so that's done, I need to completely change it. But I do think there's a healthy balance to be had, and it's a responsibility of a composer to do that. When I go to teach a new song that I've written to an assembly, it's the most terrifying time for me, because I find out very quickly how it will work or not. And there are certainly songs that communities can grow into and that require some challenge, and I value that deeply. But as my friend John Bell from the Iona community has said, just as a comedian who discovers that an audience is not laughing at any of his jokes might do well to stop blaming the audience and consider that maybe he is not really that funny, so too should leaders confront the fact that if no one is singing in the assembly might not be the problem. A lot of blame is laid rightly on consumer culture and other forces that prevent people from wanting to fully, consciously, actively engaged. But I really do think that one of the worst ways of composing liturgical music is to think that you have somehow received a particular song as a gift from God, unmediated, and that you then impose onto a liturgical assembly. I think that's a really poor way of thinking about liturgical music. I want to emphasize, though, that a shift in emphasis from instrumentation to the centrality of the human voice in Christian worship should not result in a diminishment of musical craftsmanship. Again, Walterstorff has noted the way in which a privilege placed on creativity and disinterested contemplation has actually resulted in a decline in emphasis on fine craftsmanship in the contemporary arts more broadly. He emphasizes the need to recover a sense of responsibility among Christian artists, not merely to promote the cause of art intended for aesthetic contemplation, but also to promote aesthetic excellence in works of art generally. Rather than invest all of one's creative energy in musical works of contemplation which demonstrate the expertise of the choir, attention to the craft of liturgical composition calls forth the very best work of musicians in service of the liturgical assembly, and we need more people to do this. Like a fine furniture maker who desires to create an aesthetically appealing chair, yet also one in which people can comfortably find rest, the liturgical composer is called to be a craftsperson who sees the creation of music for the assembly as a noble and high calling, not as secondary to other compositional efforts. Finally, liturgical composers must be attentive to the needs of the church and the world. Those who discern and create liturgical music have a responsibility to constantly evaluate their own contribution in light of both the needs and the ethical demands of the Christian community in which they serve. This means we must not merely chase the winds of popular taste on the one hand, or respond to whatever moves our hearts in the moment on the other, but instead be constantly attentive to one's fellow human beings, to nature and oneself. Striving to more faithfully serve the needs of one's community has concrete pastoral consequences for us. It invites us to look carefully at the repertoire of our communities, and in the case of composers, one's own collection of compositions, to take seriously what biblical themes and human expressions may be lacking. For example, discerning one's own contribution to one's community might take me away from adding to the necessary but overcrowded repertoire of music in all styles, which offers boundless praise of God's goodness, and instead lead me toward the introduction or composition of a song of honest lament before God, in a world where sorrow is so carefully kept out of public view by a variety of cultural forces. Similarly, one's discernment of a Christian response to the loud beating of the political drums of war might lead a musician away from a popular jingoistic hymn which solemnly blesses violence, to instead choose or compose a song which calls the Christian community to the radical practice of forgiveness and peacemaking, often muted by the media, the government, and even the church. I think of a time soon after 9/11, 2 months after, a month after, and one of the great and challenging things about being confronted with, being a part of a tradition that is committed to the lectionary is sometimes and often you're confronted with scriptures you don't want to hear at that particular moment. In fact, I always think of the Holy Family when you've had it up to here with your family and you're there with them all Christmas and then you encounter those readings and you're like, ouch. But I'm getting off topic. It was 9/11 a couple months after, and of course the scripture was, forgive 70 times 7. And I thought, this isn't something we want to hear right now, but it's something we're confronted with nevertheless. And I went to prepare music. I was in a bilingual community, and I went to prepare music for the English Mass, and I must have flipped through the entire hymnal that we had, and I couldn't find one song that took up that call, that demand. I found lots of songs about God's mercy for us. The Lord is kind and merciful, slow to anger, rich in kindness. But no song that said, so what? So what kind of responsibility do I have to forgive my enemies? And then I went to prepare music for the Spanish Mass and immediately found 3-4 songs that would work beautifully, including one, Dolores, that you probably know. Others know, Amémonos de corazón, no de labios solamente. Let us truly love from the heart, not just from our lips. And it even says, how can you pray when you're angry with the person next to you? How can you pray when you're angry with your brothers or sisters? And to me, this idea of being attentive to the needs of the church and the world in our preparation of music is being attentive to those gaps. Those, in a way, I feel like a songbook holds up a mirror to us, and it tells us those things that we might want to hear, and we find lots of songs that tell us that. And then there might be things that the gospel's saying that we don't want to hear. And, there are a lot fewer settings of those things. They don't sell as well in the marketplace, especially in certain times. You hear what I'm saying? But I do think that those of us who prepare music need to be attentive to that. It also, and just very simply, it means, if you're an emerging composer, a young composer, it means probably not setting another setting of Psalm 23. Unless you're offering some radically beautiful contribution to the church musically, it's probably, we're good, but being attentive in other ways. So let me just, okay, perfect. Let's look at a couple songs on your sheet. Create in me a clean heart, Psalm 51. I've been really working in various bilingual communities. Dolores talked about the value of coming together, the necessity really of coming together if you work in a multicultural community for the Triduum, not having segregated communities. But it does present logistical and musical difficulties, there's no doubt about that. And a lot of the music that's been written in the last 50 years for bilingual communities, and I've done it too, is a line in English and then repeat a line in Spanish, or people have done it well and poorly. But one of the things that I've tried to do is think of different forms, different ways of singing in bilingual communities. So one of the things I did was to compose a setting of Psalm 51, which is the common psalm for Lent. And I composed an English refrain that could be sung throughout the season in the English Masses, and a Spanish refrain that could be sung throughout the season at the Spanish Masses, and verses in the respective languages. So that when we came together on the Easter Vigil, we both knew something in common, and we could fit it together, and we could each sing our part, and we would work together. So this is how it worked. Create in me a clean heart, O God. Try it. Create in me a clean heart, O God. Again. Create in me a clean heart, O God. Sorry, I'm kind of tired, so I'm doing everything low today. And then in Spanish, we're going to do it artificially because we don't have 5 weeks of Lent to do this. So we'll just do it together here. Oh Dios, crea en mí un corazón puro. Oh Dios, crea en mí un corazón puro. So the entire season, the English community would sing, create in me a clean heart, O God. And the Spanish community at their Mass would be singing, Oh Dios, crea en mí un corazón puro. when many people didn't know this, so when we came together for the vigil and we sang this, everyone was ready to sing their part, but they didn't know that there was another part. So it was kind of a cool moment. So for artificiality's sake, let's have this group here do the English, the rest of you do the Spanish. Because I think English is going to be strong. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Steady my weary spirit. Do not cast me away from your presence, nor take your spirit from me. Creados creatum corazon puro. Creados creatum corazon puro.
And so forth, and then the cantor verses overlap. But it's just one example of trying to not just simply write something to write something, which, although I find James McMillan's article charged with a lot of ridiculous language, I do agree that the repertoire is incredibly overcrowded, and that if you are going to write something, you would do well to be attentive to what is needed and helpful right now for the church. In closing, I just want to share 6 quick thoughts from John Vidfleet on discerning music for worship that are pretty broad, but I think they're helpful. And is Mark Bailey still here? So the first one, I have a great quote from him. 1, discerning music for worship requires openness. Mark Bailey says this: when liturgical musicians are trapped into particular favored styles, periods, and genres of music, when they think and work in musical vacuums, one aware of the processes of the other, when liturgy inadvertently becomes a tool for musicological rediscovery and experimentation in worship, when the music itself distracts from liturgy by the power of its own self-expression, when concern for preserving cultural heritage dominates the choice of repertoire, when musicians ignore the pulse and nature of worship so as not to lose treasured musical practices and settings, and when the overall consideration of liturgy fails to frame the entire musical enterprise, then movement towards unity ceases. And I think there's challenge there for people on all sides of the ideological spectrum, if you will. Discerning people are always willing to give a person, a worship style, a song, a movement, a fair hearing. We don't need to like them. We don't even need to adopt them. But we do need to examine them. And we do need to find out what is beautiful and wonderful about them for the people for whom they are beautiful and wonderful. I think it means that for some people, when there is innovation, we need to consider it before immediately rejecting it. Related to that, 2, we must become self-conscious about the choice between yes and no. This is important because never before in history, people say never before in history all the time, but I think this is really true. Never before in history have we had such access to music via the internet and other places. Those of us who are discerning music that is going to be on our community's lips and hearts should neither give a blanket endorsement to everything, nor should we stonewall every innovation. Because every time we choose, we say yes to one possibility and no to thousands of others. We need to be aware about what we're doing and the implications of our choices. And we need, to the best of our ability, to be consistent and thoughtful. 3rd, discernment requires knowledge. Instinct is not enough. We need to have articulated criteria. We need to have a knowledge of what we actually believe worship to be. And again, you can feel free to, at times, let go of past expressions and adopt new ones or the reverse. But it would be helpful to know things before we change them. And very often, changing things without knowing them results in a lot of pain. Discerning music for worship requires love, not a sentimental love that baptizes every fad, but a deep pastoral love that seeks to promote worship practices that lead to the long-term health of the church. This is tender, emphatic love that will take seriously the testimonies of fellow Christians about their own experiences of worship, and tough love that will allow us to challenge each other even when we lose our way. 5, discernment must be done in community. Anyone who's tried to do a church renovation knows how powerfully divisions can surface when you start talking about changing the liturgical space. And I've seen so many instances where this happens and there's more anger and more just toxic negativity that happens that doesn't need to happen. It's not going to be avoidable altogether if you change anything of that significance, I think. But often when it's done without bringing the community along, without any kind of catechesis, without any kind of conversation about what we understand worship to be, it's hard to go anywhere. Anyone who's a new pastor or a new music director would do well to be attentive to this idea, because jumping into a community and making changes, even when in your heart you know it's the right thing, it's good to form relationships first before doing that. We can't make decisions in isolation, and none of us can finally see the full picture by ourselves. There's too much isolation, and trust is the key. And finally, we must realize that discernment is a gift to be received and not something to be accomplished. It is the Spirit of God, and it is something for which we all pray. So with that, I'll take any questions at this time, if you have any. Or I'll take a pause too.
I wonder why the church still has the slings and arrows psalms that it sings at the hours, why it still sings the Dies Irae at a funeral, when this goes contrary to the New Testament. And it just seems, and we repeat them every day, especially at Prince of Peace Monastery and Valdermo and places like that. What does the church say about that? Because if you, well, maybe you wouldn't remember World War II, but
I don't. I've heard about it.
Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition was the song everybody was singing. And it runs contrary to what the church teaches.
I think that was more of a statement, so I will let it stand. What about World War II?
But we don't sing Dies Irae.
At the monastery.
What tradition are you? Are you Roman Catholic?
Yes.
And you're singing the Dies Irae?
Well, recently at a funeral, the Dies Irae was sung.
It made a reappearance.
Yeah, well, the only reason I use those two extremes is because the new commandment, love, was to be the emphasis in the New Testament.
Anthony?
Old Testament, thrash
the enemy. If I may respond to that, I just want to say that there's a long tradition, certainly in the West, of interpreting scripture and the liturgy, Christologically and allegorically and typologically. So it's a question of interpretation. I don't think that solves the whole thing, to say that everything in the Psalms about violence and all of that, we allegorize it into a lovely battle that we're having, that we're winning with great love and charity. That doesn't solve the whole thing, but I think the question is, how can we understand texts in rich allegorical ways? But I think that's in tension with the other principle, that you do want to mean what you say and say what you mean. So I think there are pastoral considerations that make it difficult to use text, because our people are not very able to understand texts poetically or metaphorically. So I would push for us trying to do more of that, but I don't think that explains it all away and makes every text usable either.
Yes.
Any other questions?
Yes, right here.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought it was the voice of God.
Yeah, right. Well, I practice my sound sometime. My question is this. You know, the Roman Catholic Church has, 21, 22 rites. And the one that's predominant is the Latin Rite. And the discussion here is predominantly, again, the Latin Rite. With that in mind, I don't know, is there any kind of cross-fertilization perhaps taking place between the Eastern Catholic Church and the Latin? Is there any discussions about the liturgical music? I don't know, because at one time I know one of the popes celebrated the Ukrainian Catholic Church in Ukrainian Divine Liturgy in the Vatican, and that was very moving.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, that's the purpose of why we're here, is to kind of have some cross conversations within traditions, each of us speaking from our own tradition in the hopes that there's some, resonances.
Well, this is still part of the Roman Catholic Church, Eastern Catholic. That's what I mean.
What are you asking specifically? Are there conversations happening?
Or do you have conversations with Eastern Catholic composers?
Not many. I don't have many conversations with Roman Catholic composers either. So.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Well.
No, I mean, there are. No, I don't think there are significant conversations happening that I'm aware of personally. In fact, even like the formal conversations happening among Roman Catholic composers is very limited.
I see.
Yeah, I mean, I know of one. Monsignor Hilgartner can respond. But I only know of one, for instance, event that brings together specifically Roman Catholic composers in the country, and even that's a pretty limited group of people who are actually a part of it. So,
I can speak from the point of view of the experience of the bishops in the United States. When they gather for their biannual, semi-annual plenary assemblies, there is often, at every assembly, there is at least one liturgical moment done from one of the Eastern Church communities. Usually one of the Liturgy of the Hours moments when the bishops are gathered for their meetings, usually morning or lauds one morning, in some form is one of the hours from the Eastern Church. Limited scope because of the nature of when the bishops gather, because it's primarily a business meeting and they're meeting in a convention ballroom. And Eucharist one morning is celebrated in one of the Eastern Church traditions. And for many of the bishops, many of the Latin Church bishops, that's one of the only experiences that they have of worship in the Eastern Church, even though the Eastern Church members are full members of the conference and they're there conducting business together. Liturgically, the Eastern Church bishops handle all of their own liturgical norms and policies on their own. And so my office at the Secretariat of Divine Worship at the conference and the Bishops' Committee on Divine Worship deals only with Latin Church matters. We have no competency, the bishops on the committee have no competency. Part of it's a structural thing in the church that even at the Holy See of the Vatican, all matters of Eastern Church, whether they're canonical, liturgical, pastoral in some respect, are all handled through one dicastery, the Congregation for the Oriental Churches. Matters, so the Congregation for Divine Worship, the Congregation for the Clergy, the Congregation for Bishops, any of those things only deal with Latin Church matters. So there's a built-in structural bias, if you will, that everything for all of the Eastern churches is lumped together and handled collectively in one group, both nationally and in the level of the United States and internationally. So there's this built-in kind of parenthetical, and I'm not saying it's correct or fair, but it's simply the way the structure is. So the interaction between East and West on a day-to-day basis is very limited within the Catholic Church. That is a problem for us. Most Latin Church members know little or nothing of the existence of the Eastern churches. They hear Eastern Church and they think Orthodox churches. They don't recognize that there are Eastern tradition churches that are in communion with the Church of Rome.
That's what happened to me. I'm Latin right, and through learning about Orthodoxy, I came to learn about the Eastern Catholic Church. That's why I'm bringing these questions up.
You have conversations, I guess, on scholarly levels with people who are Eastern Rite Catholics, say but they're not happening in any.
Yeah. I would say the world of liturgy, places like North American Academy of Liturgy and scholarly parts of the academy, the dialogue and the conversation is very enriching and very regular. Pastorally, in terms of what happens in a diocese, in terms of what happens nationally, pastorally there's very little interaction, and I don't have any explanation for why. A little bit of it.
I'm going to chime in on this very briefly because I've been doing a lot of research in this area lately, and it just dovetails on what Monsignor Rick was talking about. You asked about cross-fertilization. There has been an abundance of cross-fertilization at the academic level, some of which has been manifested in the liturgical life of the church. So, for example, in the revision of the rite of confirmation, there was the adaptation of the Byzantine rite for anointing. For example, in the composition of new Eucharistic prayers for the Missal of Paul VI, there was some reliance, at least on the schema of the anaphora of St. Basil, the Byzantine version of it. And there is some literature that explores this cross-fertilization, and this isn't even referring necessarily to the Eastern Catholic dimension, but there has been recently published some literature that demonstrates quite clearly that the Eastern Catholics, at the time of the conciliar deliberations, made a significant contribution to informing Roman Catholics about the Eastern rites, particularly Patriarch Maximus.
This event is getting me to think a lot about the differences between East and West, and especially the different history of, say, the 20th century around liturgical reform, where the West has such different experiences, and I think a more problematic and checkered history, a greater crisis of identity, and a greater upheaval with the Second Vatican Council that the East does not have, for better or for worse. Within that, I have the impression that the Eastern Rite Catholics have a history which is more like the East than like the Latin Rite. So I think if you want to talk about this dialogue, you would have to attend to those differences. And because our crisis of identity has been greater and our upheavals have been more marked, it means that the task of our composers is different and less clear, so that we don't have mandatory proper texts like I think the Eastern churches do. We just don't. You may have strong opinions about whether that's a good or a bad thing, but we're just choosing hymn texts from all over creation. You replace most of our entrance and offertory communion antiphons with other texts all over the place. All of that is because of our unique checkered Western history, which I think is not an issue in the same way for the Eastern Rite churches. So the dialogue we really have to talk about why our history is so different, why does that present us with quite different challenges.
My question is this: I want to take a little bit more simple from all the previous people out here that were scholars way above me. I like to make it very simple. I'm a Roman Catholic, and I hear your presentation on this. Here is what I am very concerned with. That is scriptures versus actually what we try to accomplish with our Sunday Mass. It seems to me that I'm a little bit very concerned because you were talking about bilingual, different cultures. Which is interesting, it's because Jesus was teaching about it. But one thing that we need to understand also is, I believe, that we need to look for unity. It seems to me that for many years when I studied Catholicism, we are drifting more towards diversity as a virtue that drives us rather than for unity. I know this too because I've been traveling and I found out that there seems to be more separation within the churches. It's not maybe not told to everyone, but if I go to certain groups, to the Hispanic, to the Irish, it's in their own privacy, I can hear this. But can you, I'd just like to ask you the question, why it is that we, to me, deviating so much from scriptures, which is so simple, is what is our destiny, because we adopt all these traditions and cultures with the consequences that maybe a lot of us out here
Well, I
are
don't know
even
your
confused.
Yeah, I don't know that your question is as simple as you said it was. In the sense that I think there are profound cultural forces, especially
I just
forces in North American culture that drive us towards privilege of diversity and not even just diversity of culture, but individualism that make stewarding a communal tradition at all very challenging. I do not think that trying to honor cultural diversity liturgically so that people can pray in ways that are deeply rooted in their cultural and social context is driving people away from unity. I don't think that. I think it actually would be doing the opposite. So I don't know. Is your question why is society at large privileging diversity over unity?
Yes, it seems to me that we are really adoring diversity. That's part of our culture, it's a constitutional right, and that's what the diversity is. But diversity obviously gives us what we call a lifestyle that says, hey, you're there, I'm here.
Yeah.
This is diversity.
Yeah, I think it's
unity
because,
is the word itself already is registered in the coding of your mind. What it really means, and it's a very complex word.
I think it's because postmodernity is called into question whose unity. At the end of the day, who's the one saying what is going to unite us? And very often that has been European white men who have said this is our unity, and that has been called to question by a lot of forces, and rightfully so. I do agree that we need to nevertheless be attentive to the ways in which we are unified, especially as Christians in a common tradition. But there are good reasons to honor that diversity as well, and to be more attentive to it. Thank you.
I think this is a wonderful meeting. I'd just like to make one little postscript on this conversation, and I think it's something that maybe even Pope Francis mentioned in Evangelii Gaudium, and it's the difference between unity and uniformity. And I think that there's a creative tension there that you've been addressing, how you could get the Spanish and the English groups together with in harmony at the Easter Vigil, doing things separate. So I think that's something we need to embrace, and it's a big challenge.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Yes.
One question, and I'll preface it. One of the things that makes doing liturgical music, composing liturgical music easier for a number of traditions is that generally the texts that are used are pretty much public domain. Let's see, the OCA in particular is pretty much, for example, let its texts available. It has not demanded anything regarding royalties, as with the Anglican Church, with the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese. It seems, however, at least for American Catholics, that the ICEL imposes rather extensive royalty demands. And I'm curious as regards to what extent that might impact.
We happen to have the perfect person to speak to this.
Please.
Who has taken much of my money. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Let's clarify that I don't work for ISIL.
I know. But the USCCB has some of it.
ISIL's management of copyright of liturgical texts has to do, and let's be clear here, that the Latin texts of the Roman Rite are actually copyrighted by the Holy See. And officially, if one wants to legitimately make use of and publish those texts, where one might make money off of that, if a composer wanted to do a new setting of the Latin propers or the commons of the Ordo Missae publish it and make money off it, the Holy See has every right to come after you and demand their cut. So part of the holding of the copyright is to protect the legitimate use of our sacred texts, so that somebody can't go out there and, some pop composer try to do some, offensive treatment of what are our cherished texts. So there's a fairness issue in that. That's primarily what it's about. I mean, the texts are held because they're cherished. And the Bishops' Conference in the United States oversees the legitimate use of those texts liturgically. So ISIL holds the copyright. What Tony's talking about is if a composer wants to compose with those texts, they pay a royalty to ISIL, but the Conference of Bishops offers approval that they are legitimately using the texts for liturgical use, that they're setting the text properly, they're using all the correct words. We don't really make a musical judgment about them. We don't sit and evaluate musical qualities, though I wish someone at times would.
Why are you looking at me?
Not at all. But the copyright piece and the licensing piece, the royalty piece, ISIL's not a for-profit company. Their royalties underwrite the work of translation and maintaining texts and that whole process that's ongoing.
I will say this: the publishers could pay that royalty, and I'm serious about this, because the way it's structured now, if you adapt your own text, you get the full royalty, and if you use other texts, there's divots out of that royalty, which I think encourages some people. It hasn't been a driving force. I mean, I'm not saying that in terms of some greater good on me, but it hasn't been a driving force for me. But I can't help but think that it is a driving force for some people, why they might adapt their own texts.
I will also note in this context that there was one attempt by a group to provide public domain texts using the recent ICEL translation of doing settings in Gregorian chant, making it available. And it seems to me that ICEL's behavior in there transcended the process of trying to protect and appeared to be getting into the realm of prayer restraint.
I'm familiar with those efforts and was involved in some of the conversations about protected use, copyright, and the like. And it was a difficult issue, because I recognized that those composers in that group was trying to do a good thing, but the licensing piece, and they were trying to make them available free of charge to say that they would be somehow public domain. And I think that where it got difficult was the fact that they wanted to provide these services for free and not charge for them in the way that other publishers would be selling published settings in various formats. And it was a difficult circumstance. We were trying to be fair. In the middle of it, we also have a restriction that the Holy See has placed, and it's an ongoing conversation, and Margot alluded to it earlier, about the internet and digital publication. The Holy See at the moment has a moratorium that has been imposed internationally on the publication of liturgical books in digital format. It's an ongoing conversation that the National Liturgy Secretariats, like my office in the United States, has been having with ISIL as we've been trying to deal with new media, digital publication, and there are some who want to treat the internet like it's a temporary fad that if we hold on long enough, it'll disappear. Well, it's here to stay, and we can't even think of what the next level is. But how do we deal with those questions of digital rights, digital publication? And it's a question that's it continues to evolve, and we can't think of it and handle it fast enough. Are we going to see iPads on the altars? We're not ready for that. I'm sure we already do. But
I do want to thank my co-presenter, Monsignor Rick Hilgard. I also do want to thank him for his truly, all sarcasm aside, excellent work with the USCCB. He's been a delight to work with in many ways, so thank you, Rick.
Let's thank Tony Alonso for Vespers will be prayed at Sacred Heart Chapel. For those of you who are taking the shuttle right outside here, look for the black shuttle. Make sure that you take the black shuttle. And again, tomorrow morning, we'll have the shuttle available at 8:15 for the Orthodox Memorial Service. So please refer to your programs for tomorrow's schedule if I don't happen to see you, but otherwise, thank you for a good day, and we will see you at Vespers.